He's in Lancaster and Pittsburgh today with campaign events. Not a mystery, as these two campaigns carve out travel plans, having spent Labor Day in the 3 swing states, and here we are again, back in Pennsylvania and in New Hampshire, too. A lot of questions about campaign resources in New Hampshire. We're going to talk in our second hour with Governor Chris Sununu a bit about that. But let's dig into the economy here. The plans by both of these campaigns that are going to drive voters when they hit the polls, I'd say in November, but even some by mail as soon as this week. Enda Curran joins, Bloomberg Global Economy reporter, with an awfully important story today on the Trump tax cuts that we're going to get into. Enda, it's great to see you. Small business, a good talker for Kamala Harris, getting in front of people today. She's talking about incentives for small business owners, not necessarily consumer themes that she's been hitting, like the price of groceries, et cetera.
Small business is the backbone of this economy. They're the biggest employer of workers in this economy. Small business creation has been on a boom over the past few years because of the way things have shifted a bit due to the pandemic and everything else. So it's probably pretty smart to identify that part of the economy for maybe offering tax relief and other measures to stoke growth and competition there. I should say, skeptics say, though, that a lot of these small businesses register, they start, but ultimately, do they turn a profit? Yeah. And how many workers do they keep in the payroll? But, you know, it's been a good news story over the past few years.
A tenfold increase in the small business tax deduction for startup costs. Bloomberg got hands on some of the finer points on the tax proposals here that she'll outline later, increasing that deduction from $5,000 to $50,000. It's interesting as she's trying to become more business-friendly in the face of Donald Trump, isn't it?
More business-friendly because there's a feeling she might be tougher on bigger businesses, for example, higher corporate tax rate, for instance. But it does feed into the fiscal story, again, with both candidates, in this case, talking about Vice President Harris, question marks around, you know, how will it be funded, how much will it add to the deficit, some estimates over economic policy so far, tallying up maybe around $2 trillion mark. That's the Penn-Wharton budget model, for example. So when you see the small business tax measure as well, it kind of adds to the idea that, hold on a sec, there's a little bit of a bill adding up here. There's going to have to be some offsets made clear for that as well.
Well, and that goes for both campaigns, of course. I talk about this a lot. Neither campaign has really illustrated how they will pay for things outside of very broad strokes. Trump says we'll grow out of it. Kamala Harris is going to soak the rich, but you need Congress to play along to make both of these happen, certainly when it comes to allocating dollars. And you're looking at a really important item today when it comes to the Trump tax cuts. One of the most read stories today on the terminal. Trump tax cuts would cost more than almost all federal agencies. $10.5 trillion, you write, and over a decade, would exceed the combined budgets of every domestic federal agency. How is that conservative?
Yeah, so along with my colleague Eric Watson, a rough tally of what they're talking about in the Trump campaign. As you mentioned, there is the $5-odd trillion for extending the tax cuts, $3-odd trillion for a child tax credit that his running mate J.D. Vance has talked about. Then there's the rest, like the no tax on tips, lower corporate tax, social security exemption. Point is, it's adding up with some pretty big numbers there at a time when people are warning about the fiscal trajectory, saying the deficit needs to be reined in, spending needs to be reined in. Now, of course, the Trump campaign makes it very clear these measures are pro-growth, will generate revenue for the government, and it will be offset in that way. But there are plenty of analysts in the middle who are warning both about this policy and the fiscal trajectory in general, saying, hang on, you're going to have to find some savings here, or at the very least find some offsets to get things back on track.
So is this debate next Tuesday night going to be a contest of who can outspend the other?
Well, the gap is still pretty large between both. I mean, as I say, there's a couple of trillion adding up on the Harris side, but the trillions are really adding up on the Trump campaign when it comes to where the big ticket stuff are. And that's what the analysts are saying early in this campaign. A lot depends, though, what shape will Congress be in? What will Congress pass? I mean, there's a million and one ways some of this will or will not be passed yet. So, but in terms of campaign sort of conjecture on the road, the big ticket stuff is mostly falling on the Trump side of things right now.
By the scale of trillions. Remarkable. Enda, great work. Thank you so much for joining, as always. It's one of the smartest we have in the Bureau. Enda Curran, Bloomberg's global economy reporter. Find this story on the terminal now. It's a good read, and there's a lot more information that we didn't have a chance to get to. This is the kind of coverage that we promise here on Bloomberg. Yes, we talk about the horse race, but the policy proposals here that in many cases are leaving voters wanting are something that we're exploring with a very fine point here. We'll have more on this, by the way. Kamala Harris again speaks a few hours from now. Donald Trump, I suspect, will be asked about his plans when he talks to Fox and Sean Hannity a little bit later on. Again, much like yesterday, this is all playing out against the backdrop of what's taking place in Israel right now, and none of this is coming easily. As negotiators work toward a ceasefire, even as Benjamin Netanyahu prepares to address the public. He's due to give a speech right now. In fact, I've got my eyes on the headlines here on the terminal to see if he's going to make any news. Clearly not inspired to move forward on a ceasefire with the terms that are being put forth, including a withdrawal from the Philadelphia corridor along the Egyptian border. Now, we can talk about this from a lot of different angles. We've brought on military strategists. We've brought on political experts. Today, we want to bring on a peacemaker. And this is an important conversation. Gidi Grinstein is the former secretary and coordinator of the Israeli delegation for the negotiations with the PLO in 1999 through 2001. Gidi, it's great to have you here. I appreciate your time today. And as someone who has sat at the negotiating table, I wonder what your advice is for Benjamin Netanyahu as he prepares to speak.
Netanyahu wants a deal or not. If he wants a deal, he has to rely on the Qatari and the Egyptian intermediaries because they have the leverage on Hamas. Egypt because it controls the border, and Qatar because of the financing and because of the fact that it hosts the Hamas leadership in Doha. Those are the two leverages that Israel has from the diplomatic side. On the ground, I think that Hamas has put Israel in a bind because Israel's maneuvering on the ground to push Hamas is actually led to the death of a number of hostages. So Israel is now extremely cautious in terms of being able to use its military power on the ground. But really it comes down to the politics. Does Netanyahu want a deal or not? A deal like that may compromise his coalition with the far-right parties. It may also lead him down a path of additional, very difficult political decisions, which may destabilize his coalition and effectively bring his tenure to an end.
That's my next question. Does a ceasefire deal represent the end of Benjamin Netanyahu's political career?
Not necessarily. I mean, let's speak first about the current tenure and the current government and then about his political career. Ideally, I believe that Netanyahu would have wanted to end this current tenure with some sort of a move where he does what is necessary in order to allow for what is called the Saudi deal to unfold. He goes, at that moment, he says when he says whatever needs to be said about the Palestinians, about the political horizon that includes some sort of a very uncommitting statement about Palestinian statehood. At that point, he loses the far-right factions of his coalition. He goes to election as the person that brought the normalization with Saudi, the person that fought hard with the Palestinians, relentless fighting against Hamas, and was still nonetheless able to bring a normalization deal with Saudi, which is really a tremendous historical achievement. That, I think, is the ideal scenario in which Netanyahu goes to election. Of course, if he ends up being when President Trump is elected and is the incoming president or already in the White House, that for Netanyahu is the ultimate scenario.
Okay. That said, what role should and what role is Egypt playing in this process?
So Egypt has been the anchor of the stability in the region for almost 50 years, since the 1970s. Effectively, the 1973 war, which led to the 1974 disengagement agreements, which led to the 1978-1979 Camp David Accords and the Israel-Egypt Peace Treaty, has turned Egypt into an anchor of stability in the region. Of course, there are a lot of qualifications around that, and Sinai has not been as stable and quiet as everybody would have wanted. But generally speaking, almost everything that Israel was able to do in Gaza and with the Palestinians in Gaza, including since Hamas took over Gaza in June 2007, has been through the Egyptians and with the Egyptians. Later on, also the Qataris came on board. We have to understand that Israel and Hamas, and I repeat Hamas, not the Palestinian Authority, have a legacy of back-channel negotiations, agreements, and understandings that included prisoner exchange, including opening the border, including all sorts of security arrangements. So that has been sort of working through the Egyptian channel for many years until now. Obviously, everything collapsed on October 7, but until now, Egypt has been sort of a cornerstone for all the arrangements in the region. And over again, whenever Israel and Hamas sort of deteriorated into an exchange of military blows, Hamas shooting rockets or sending terrorists into Israel, and Israel attacking in retaliation in Gaza, it was the Egyptians who were able to stabilize the situation and bring back the ceasefire.
You mentioned, Giddy, the hostages. 6 hostages found dead, freshly assassinated as the IDF moved in to rescue them over the weekend. Of course, they included 1 American. There seems to be confusion over what impact this will have on the negotiating process. If you ask the Biden administration, they say it heightens the urgency and need for a ceasefire. Benjamin Netanyahu seems to be on the other side of that coin. It proves, he says, that Hamas cannot be trusted. What do you think?
I think, obviously, those two forces are working in opposite direction. On Netanyahu, there are tremendous pressures from the right not to do a hostage deal, or at least to put conditions and terms for a hostage deal that would make such a deal effectively impossible. They don't want a ceasefire. They don't want any kind of a political process. They're very concerned that even if Hamas is defeated and removed out of power, that Gaza and the West Bank will be unified again as a single territorial unit, what we used to call a single territorial unit, which then would open the way for the reinstitution of the Oslo Accords. All these are nightmare scenarios for the right-wing parties, and that's why they understand that if the hostage deal doesn't happen, none of the other things can happen. On the other side, you have very powerful factions in Israel, including the military, the defense establishment, and many others that are saying, we have to do the deal now, we deal with the consequences later. Today, the chief of staff, the commander of the Israeli military said, every hostage that comes back alive today will have decades of life. Every terrorist that will go back to Gaza will eventually be killed. So basically, this is his way of saying, let's do the deal, let's move on. We have to remember also that the fact that these hostages are in Gaza, it really compromises the ability of the military to maneuver freely in Gaza and to carry out military operations.
Understood.
And Hamas has been quite
Giddy,
smart about it.
I'm out of time. Giddy Grinstein, thank you so much, Giddy. I apologize for interrupting, but we have breaking news, and we're getting some reports of a developing situation in Georgia. Bloomberg's Amy Morris. More now from the Bloomberg Breaking News Desk. Amy, what do we have?
Joe, we are still gathering the information, but this is happening down in Georgia. It is a high school near Athens, Georgia, about 45 minutes outside of Atlanta. Appalachia High School has been cleared. The FBI is on the scene. They say there was an active shooter situation at Appalachia High School. This is in Winder, Georgia, again, near Athens. One suspect is in custody. They say the situation is pretty much over at this point, but the students have been evacuated from the high school. They're now being held at the local football stadium for that high school.
12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks little change. The S&P 500 index down now by 1 point. Both the Dow and NASDAQ are trading higher. Treasury yields tumbled after data showing a further slowdown in the U.S. labor market fueled Wall Street bets on Federal Reserve rate cuts. 10-year right now at 3.78%, with the 2-year 3.79%. Again, the S&P little change, down by 1 point. The Dow up 17, up less than 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 9, a gain of 0.1%. Spot gold little changed, up $3 the ounce to $24.96, up by about 0.1%. And a further retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude oil today, trading back below $70 a barrel. WTI now at $69.75, down 0.9%. Lyft plans to sell some of its bike and scooter business and eliminate 1% of its employees as the ride-hailing company struggles to turn profitable. Lyft's bike operations, by the way, include City Bike in New York City. Shares of Lyft, they're up 0.9%. Rival Uber, also based in San Francisco, up by about 0.4%. And out of Washington, word that the SEC is ending a high-stakes legal fight over hedge fund and private equity fee disclosures, a setback for Chair Gary Gensler's push to bring more transparency to the industry. Recapping, S&P little change, down now by 1 point. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, as always, Charlie, keeping us honest on the markets here every day on Balance of Power. Welcome to the Wednesday edition. We are indeed live in Washington, and I've got my eyes today on shares of Intel, if we dare, down over 2% right now. It's trading below $20 a share once again, and there's been great turmoil in semiconductors to start off this glorious month on Wall Street. God knows we've talked about NVIDIA. Intel, though, is an important one today that we want to zero in on with a very important story on the terminal. Remember this whole project with the White House to reshore the chip industry, the deals that were announced by Joe Biden? This was big stuff, right? Billions of dollars, massive foundries being built in states like Ohio, where people could get great jobs and also protect an industry that was born here in the United States and has found itself consolidated in Taiwan. Fast forward to today, and the story on the terminal tells us 5 months after the president of the United States traveled to Arizona to unveil, remember this, a $20 billion package, incentives, stood alongside Pat Gelsinger. There remain growing questions now around when or if Intel will get its hands on that money, and that's where we start our conversation today, I'm glad to say, with Kujan Sobhani, writing for Bloomberg Intelligence, the senior analyst for semiconductors. This is the man we want to talk to. Kujan, thank you so much for being with us today on Bloomberg. Do we have reason to believe that this is falling apart, that Intel will not get this money, that these foundries will not be built?
I mean, not yet. Look, the last quarter results that Intel shared really broke the horse's back. I mean, it's kind of stuck in a rock and a hard place. On one end, it needs to significantly continue spending to get to advanced manufacturing node leadership, which was the great promise, which is what the CHIPS Act is all about, to get onshore leadership with onshore companies. At the same time, its product business has been suffering, whether you call it end market weakness, whether you call it share losses against its competitors, almost negligible AI revenue when its peers are growing significant in billions AI. So you know, in order to they have to keep continuing to spending, but you need to generate cash from your current business, which is suffering. So they're stuck in this rock and a hard place, which really is driving all these conversations today. We don't think completely pausing or stopping the manufacturing spending is going to be the answer here, because once you do that, there's sort of no other catalyst left for growth in this company. I mean, Pat has made it very clear that for the Intel's turnaround, manufacturing will be the key throne. So we think it would be more of divesting its Mobileye stake, quickly divesting its PSG Altera group to get some significant cash infusion to bear this pain in the near term.
There's two sides to this, of course, as Bloomberg is reporting. Officials seeking to vet the viability of Intel's manufacturing roadmap say the companies resisted sharing certain information here. Did the White House pick the wrong chip maker?
I mean, there is no alternative, right? So when you think about a US company that can compete with TSMC and build the latest and greatest chips, I mean, you have no other candidate in the running. So it was not about choosing the wrong chip maker. It was the only chip maker at scale who can do this, or who had the potential to at least do this.
We saw the stock fall out of bed that day. Intel quite recently announced plans to cut 15,000 jobs. How does it do that at the same time, even if this money arrives today, at the same time as building out such a massive project?
I mean, exactly to the point I mentioned, right? So they have three sources of capital to sustain or fuel this multi-year investment. Remember, it's not just to this year. One was the CHIPS Act funding, which hasn't arrived yet. Second was customer commitments, pre-orders, and investments from private equity firms. So the second piece has been going fine. But the third most important piece here was generating cash flow from operations. That you can only do by growing revenues and growing margins. And the last quarter really, again, broke everything. The second half outlook came in really grim compared to what we thought in the first half, while its peers continue to grow revenues. And the biggest hurt, what hurt them biggest was a 600 basis point miss on gross margins. So they really had to go and find some other place to get cash. So one was OPEX cuts, which, like you highlighted, what was the workforce cut, and also slowing down the investment or the manufacturing, which was the CapEx cuts.
What would Intel's future business look like? What would the roadmap, as you call it, look like if these deals had not been struck, if there was no CHIP Act money coming? This is a company that's taking a hard look at itself, and as Bloomberg has reported, may even split into a couple of divisions here. You've made that point already. What if the government was not involved?
I would say, I mean, a big part of this decision of this company's turnaround was built on the fact that there would be some government support. In the absence of this government funding, like I said, they would just not have enough funds generated from their own business to invest at the same rate. The worst case would be they would have still chosen this path, but kept on investing slowly. But that's the problem. They were so much behind that if you just invest at a normal rate or slowly, it would have been really hard to catch up and get the leadership against TSMC.
I know what a lot of investors are asking, is this an Intel problem or is this a Pat Gelsinger problem? What if there were a different leader at the helm?
I mean, look, Pat has a very strong resume and a very strong proven track record. No other leader comes to mind at this point to me that could have done or could have changed the trajectory entirely. I mean, the company, these problems were not overnight built, right? The company has had these problems for a while, and just the end market is not in support, right? They missed the AI train. So I don't know if anyone else could have made a significant difference to where we are today, maybe slightly.
Yeah. Tell me about the stock, Kunjan. I'm sure you get a lot of interesting calls from clients at Bloomberg Intelligence, which is one reason why I love talking to everyone on your team here. This is a stock above $50 at the end of last year. It is now back below 20. At what point is this a bargain?
I mean, you have to go back and get some context, right? What really drove the stock to this point, like I said, the last earnings was really where investors ran out of patience. Over the last 2 years, if you look at the consistent story has been, yes, the foundry business is really what will get us the home run. But in the meanwhile, we are making efforts to get the product back. We are going to stop the share loss, etc. Right? And at every year, sort of the narrative has been pushing out those promises, pushing out those targets, pushing out them little by little. Again, not entirely due to the company's fault. It has not been due to the semi-cycle, the PCs hitting the bottom. But at some point, which was the last earning call, I think investors just ran out of patience of believing or keeping the hope alive. So I think the turnaround really has to be a show me story now, where investors really need to buy in, and it can no longer be a lot of just hopefulness or wishfulness.
in the background, always waiting in the wings, is AMD. I know these are very different companies, but does the CHIPS Act mean something different for advanced micro devices? Can they do more? Can they do better with the money?
Well, so they are not a key candidate for CHIPS Act funding. So
No.
the key AMD is a fabless company, meaning it does not manufacture its own chips. It outsources that to like someone like a TSMC.
So you've got the AMDs and the NVIDIAs are not part of the picture here. How about Taiwan Semiconductor?
It is. So, you know, the three major foundry companies, especially on the advanced node, investing in the US are Intel primarily, and then TSMC and Samsung to some extent, which both are candidates for the CHIPS Act. In absence of Intel, it would really be TSMC, the primary company that would have advanced node manufacturing in the US, because those are the only, TSMC and Samsung are the only ones who have proven that they can do this technology builds. But other than that, we have, you know, regional companies, not on the advanced nodes, but someone like a Micron, someone like a Global Foundry, someone like a Texas Instruments, who are candidates to receive significant amount from the CHIPS Act.
Kunjan Sobhani covering this for us at Bloomberg Intelligence. Got his hands full. What a beat to be on right now in the semiconductor space. Kunjan, thank you for joining us. We'd love to talk to you again when we get a sense of when this money might be unlocked or not. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We do have breaking news, and I want to keep this together here to keep you up to date on what's happening in Georgia as we prepare to assemble our panel next. Amy Morris has more on a developing situation in Georgia. Amy, what can you tell us?
All right, Joe, thank you so much. We are learning a suspect is in custody now. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation tweeting out that they responded to a shooting at Appalachia High School near Athens, Georgia. Local hospitals also saying that they are treating casualties. We do not have any numbers on that yet. Investigators say essentially the incident at this particular high school is over at this time. We're going to tell you what happened shortly before 10:30 a.m. local time. Fire and EMS personnel were sent to the high school with a report of an active shooter. The school was evacuated. Students are currently being held at the school's high school football stadium. Officials say they're now being released to their families, and all other county schools. This is in Barrow County, Georgia, near Atlanta, well, actually closer to Athens, Georgia, the central part of the state. Those schools in Barrow County schools all remain on lockdown. They're calling it a soft lockdown. They say this is actually for the students' safety, for the administration's safety, but FBI, who is also on the scene, they also say they do have someone in custody at this time. What we can tell you is that they believe there was an active shooter at that high school, Appalachia High School near Athens, Georgia, around 10 o'clock this morning. And just as a side note, school in Georgia has been in session since August 1st. So they've been in session for a while now. This has been percolating for a few weeks as far as their students, the students in school is concerned. But at this point in time, they're saying that this incident is essentially over. The rest of the schools in the county remain on a soft lockdown. From the Bloomberg Breaking News Desk, I'm Amy Morris. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe and Matthew.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the green right now. NASDAQ up by 0.3%, up 49 points. S&P has been swinging between gains and losses, right now up by 8, higher by about 0.1%, while the Dow's up 66, up by about 0.2%. The 10-year, 3.78%. That is right where the 2-year yield is, 3.78%. Gold, little changed, up just under 0.2%, $24.97 the ounce. But West Texas Intermediate crude oil continues its slide, now trading below $70 a barrel, $69.83 on WTI, a drop there of 0.7%. Brent, the global benchmark, also lower, 73.26 for a barrel of Brent crude, down now by 0.7%. Treasury yields slumped after data showing a further slowdown in the labor market fueled bets on Federal Reserve rate cuts. The Labor Department reported job openings nationwide dropped to the lowest in more than 3 years. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
It's the latest sign America's labor market is moderating. Job openings fell to 7.7 million in July, the lowest since January 2021, as the U.S. unemployment rate continued to creep higher. Job openings peaked at 12 million in March 2022, coming out of the pandemic. The government issues monthly payroll data Friday, and economists surveyed by Bloomberg anticipate another sluggish report. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
The day after a 9.5% plunge, NVIDIA shares are higher today, up now by about 0.9%. The Justice Department sent subpoenas to NVIDIA and other companies as it seeks evidence that the chipmaker violated antitrust laws. Hewlett Packard Enterprise will be among the companies reporting results today after the close of trading. Analysts expect to see strong demand for AI servers. We got HPE down now by 1.7%. And briefly, a judge has ruled that Johnson & Johnson owes more than $1 billion in damages after breaching its pledge to prioritize 2 surgical robots it acquired when it bought Auris Health for $3.4 billion. J&J down by 0.1%. Recapping, S&P up 6, a gain of 0.1%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you, and welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. Thanks for joining us. If you're hearing us on 92.9 FM in Boston, our new signal, it's great to be back together again. On this 4th of September, we do have breaking news, by the way, as we now understand President Biden has been briefed on the situation in Georgia. You've been hearing Amy Morris report on this breaking story of an active shooting that took place at Appalachia High School, Winder, Georgia. One suspect is now in custody. The White House says the president has been briefed by his Homeland Security advisor, Liz Sherwood Randall, on the shooting, which they do refer to as a tragic shooting here at Appalachia High School. The administration, it says, will continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials as we get more information. This broke just a short time ago this hour, and we'll keep tabs on this for you as we learn more. Time to assemble our panel here as Kamala Harris makes a beeline for New Hampshire. We were all together, remember, the first in the nation primary, when Kamala Harris was not at the top of the ticket. The question was who the Republican nominee was going to be at that point. Of course, Nikki Haley was, as it turned out, preparing to make her last stand in the campaign. But Joe Biden wasn't even on the ballot, remember, in New Hampshire, because of the whole jockeying with the dates on the calendar and the primary schedule. New Hampshire didn't like what the DNC did. And so effectively, even though there was a write-in campaign, the Biden campaign never actually worked on the ground in New Hampshire. And certainly Kamala Harris didn't have the opportunity, so she's going there today. It's almost like we're reliving this early primary as she rolls out new details on her economic proposals. Today it's geared toward small business. Bloomberg has been reporting on this since late yesterday, having gotten a hand on some of her proposals. A 10-fold increase in the small business tax deduction, one of the things that she'll be talking about. Let's bring in Rick and Jeannie. Of course, our signature panel, Jeannie Shanzano, Senior Democracy Fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, political science professor, Iona University. And yes, that's Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, Bloomberg politics contributor. Great to see you both here. What do you think, Jeannie? Are we redoing the New Hampshire primary? Is this like backing and filling for Kamala Harris?
It is interesting because, as I always try to follow what Donald Trump has said, he is trying to remind people in New Hampshire that the Democrats really didn't respect them the way they should have during the primary. And of course, he's trying to make amends, but he's having none of it. So at least from his perspective, that's what's going on. You know, I think that Kamala Harris is up there. It's a state that Joe Biden won. They want to make sure that they can hold that state, given all that's happened. Maybe she is making a little bit of amends. But the more important part of this is, of course, her proposals on the economy and what she's talking about from a policy perspective today. And I think, you know, as we look at Donald Trump, going to be talking the economy this week as well, it's really interesting to see not just what differentiates their plans, but what joins them. And to me, unfortunately, that is a heavy hand of government in both cases. And so I think that's what people who still rate the economy as the #1 issue need to think about. There is not as much sunlight between these two as you would normally think between a Democrat and a classic Republican.
Few people know New Hampshire politics as well as Rick Davis. And Rick, we've had this narrative the last 24 to 48 hours that Donald Trump has lost New Hampshire, that they're taking the state off the table after a former and apparently disgruntled campaign staffer said as much in a memo. We're hearing some folks debunk that. We're going to talk to Governor Chris Sununu, in fact, next hour, who I suspect has a different angle on this. But what's your take on the selection of New Hampshire to make this announcement today?
Yeah, well, I'm sure Governor Sununu has a Chamber of Commerce perspective. He wants all that advertising money coming into New Hampshire TV and all the campaign hotels reservations that he can get. So good work, Governor Sununu, for the people of New Hampshire. But the reality is the race is over pretty much in New Hampshire. We've gotten a couple of polls just 2 weeks ago from, you know, really well thought of University of New Hampshire and St. Allen's, both showing 7-point leads by Kamala Harris. Nothing is over till it's over in politics. And of course, something could happen in New Hampshire. But my guess is this is a sort of Hillary hangover. You know, she never went to Michigan and lost Michigan. So somebody in the headquarters was saying, hey, look, you know, we haven't always been 7 points up. And, you know, let's go up there. It's a place where small businesses abound. It's a great forum to have this kind of a conversation about boosting small business. They've got a no sales tax, you know, kind of an initiative going on there. So it fits into the narrative, but my guess is this has not got anything to do with the electoral prospects of the candidate in New Hampshire. It's more a backdrop for her to do an event and maybe pick up some checks, you know, from well-heeled New Hampshire Democrats.
Well, speak to that, Jeannie. You seem compelled by some of the ideas that Kamala Harris is proposing today, setting a goal of 25 million new small business applications in what would be her first term, up from a record 19 million so far under Joe Biden. We talked about the tax incentives already. Who's the audience for this?
You know, I think she is trying to obviously make the case to entrepreneurs, small business owners, that she has their back. She is on their side. You know, this campaign so far has been a lot less about specific policy than it has been about the old word vibe or the new word vibe. And she wants to make sure that on an issue where she is doing a lot better than Joe Biden was against Trump, but he still has the lead on the economy, that she makes the case that she is for middle class, she is for the working class, and she is for small business owners. I think my concern on both of these plans that we've heard so far from Trump and Harris, and we haven't heard a lot of detail, is what joins them together, which is the use of the federal government, whether it's Trump with tariffs, whether it's Kamala Harris talking about $25,000 for housing starts. They both seem to find the answer to the costs that people are bearing and their frustration with the economy rests with action by the federal government. And that, to me, is a concerning aspect of what we're hearing on both sides. So I wouldn't say I necessarily am listening to Harris and all that much attracted. I'm a bit frustrated, quite frankly, by the lack of what we see as fiscal responsibility on both sides. You know, for Donald Trump, and he's going to talk apparently about this in the town hall tonight, to talk about IVF and the federal government or insurance companies are going to pay for that is absolutely not responsible unless he tells us how he's going to make that pay for. And she has the same problem in my mind.
Well, this is interesting. Rick, we've got a couple of stories today, analysis on both of the competing plans to the extent that we understand them, and I realize that there are more details likely to follow. One comes from Bloomberg, and an important story. It's one of the most highly read on the terminal. Trump tax cuts would cost more than almost all federal agencies. We talk about extending or making permanent the 2017 tax cuts. Bloomberg crunching numbers on this to find that the proposals across the board on tax cuts could collectively cost as much as $10.5 trillion over a decade, exceeding the combined budgets of every domestic federal agency. Kamala Harris is in the trillions too, but a far cry from 10, more like $2 trillion for her proposals. Now we'll turn to what we're hearing from Goldman Sachs. Quote, we estimate if Trump wins in a sweep or with divided government, the hit to growth from tariffs and tighter immigration policy, remembering the impact it would have on jobs, would outweigh the positive fiscal impulse from maintaining these tax cuts. I guess my question, Rick, is who's listening to this? Does the Harris campaign break through with any of this? Does the Trump campaign break through? Because we're talking about some pretty fine print here.
Yeah, and it hasn't been widely questioned by the media to these candidates. And of course, you know, Donald Trump goes to very friendly outlets and he does a lot of it, but he doesn't take very hard questions. And then, of course, the reverse is true with Kamala Harris, who just simply doesn't take any questions. And so you're not likely to get those candidates opining on this, but there doesn't seem to be any pressure on the campaigns. I mean, regardless of what the candidates themselves experience, the media typically just harangues campaigns for answers to these really important questions. And I would say right now it's a buzz in corporate America as to who's going to be better for the economy and what it's going to cost. But the reality is, until the media turns up the spotlight, and now is the time to do that and put heat on these campaigns, they're not going to respond. They're just going to hunker down and hope that they get through the next 60 days, you know, without having to explain, you know, what kind of tax increases are going to have to affect to pay for all these government programs that they're promoting. And as you say, it's in the tens of trillions, so it's not small dollars.
Yeah, this is something, Jeannie. In our remaining couple of moments here, I wonder your thoughts on not only what we're going to hear today, but why the markets seem to perceive, if these numbers are true, why a Trump administration would be more friendly to Wall Street. Is it because of corporate taxes specifically?
I think it's corporate taxes. I think it's also those aspects of his plan, as far as we know it, which are more traditional, for instance, deregulation. So, you know, when you look at these plans as they are, these two are just reliant on the federal government to, you know, move the economy forward. And that is costly, as you're just talking about. And so if you're going to choose and say, well, what's better? Maybe people in the market are saying, at least he's talking a little bit more about deregulation and issues of corporate tax cuts than she is. But by and large, he is not an old style traditional Republican. And the lack, again, of fiscal responsibility on both of their sides is particularly problematic in my mind. And we do need them to answer questions. But unfortunately, I don't see a venue coming up where they'll be forced to do that.
All right, great conversation as ever with Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis. Our signature panel stays with us into hour 2. They'll be back as we turn our attention to debate prep. Some interesting headlines today on what the vice president is up to. We've also been reporting on an active shooting incident in Georgia earlier. We want to bring you back to our breaking news desk for more on that right now. Bloomberg's Amy Morris has more from Washington. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Joe. Here's what we have. First responders sent to that high school in Georgia just before 10:30 this morning after reports of an active shooter and possible injuries. This is the Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia, near Athens, Georgia. The school itself sent a message out to parents saying that it was currently in a hard lockdown. FBI on the scene, along with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and Law Enforcement. Law enforcement now saying that they do have one suspect in custody and that there are injuries. We do not have information on that suspect suspect. We do not have information on those casualties. We do know that the White House, President Biden, has been briefed, and we can tell you the students were evacuated from the school. For a while, they were held at this football stadium, but now they've been released to their families. From the Bloomberg Breaking News Desk, I'm Amy Morris. Back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Amy, thank you so much. We'll stay close to Amy Morris as we learn more here over the course of the day on Bloomberg. Much more to follow. In our second hour, we go back to start the first in the nation primary state, New Hampshire, in a conversation with Governor Chris Sununu as the Harris-Walz campaign makes its way to the Granite State to talk about the economy. It's straight ahead on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The Harris campaign brings its message on the economy back to New Hampshire. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the vice president prepares to unveil new proposals aimed at small business. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Kaylee, this all happening, of course, as Donald Trump pushes tax cuts today in Pennsylvania. It's back to the economy, stupid.
Yeah, although it perhaps always has been about that. But we, of course, have been getting trickling out of economic policy from both of these candidates for some time now. We heard Kamala Harris outlining things when it comes to price gouging and housing policy in North Carolina back in August. Now she's focusing on expanding the small business tax credit tenfold, up to $50,000 from $5,000. That's what we expect her to outline this afternoon.
That's right. Questions about who the audience is today as she goes back to New Hampshire. Remembering, Kaylee, she didn't get a chance to campaign there. And interesting that she's back in the Granite State today. We're going to talk later with the governor, Chris Sununu.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting conversation. We'll also speak with someone serving as a surrogate for the Harris campaign, Democratic Congressman Gabe Amo from Rhode Island. So we're taking a lot of time with New England today, Joe.
Yes, indeed. I feel back home. And our listeners on 92.9 FM in Boston, I'm sure, are with us along for the ride. So a lot of good stuff coming up, including our panel. Rick and Jeannie will be back in just a few moments.
But we begin, as always, with a check on the markets. And for that, we go to Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey,
Hi, thank you very much. Good day to you both. We have got stocks turning little change right now with the S&P in the green, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. But bottom line here, little change with the S&P up just under 2 points now. 55.30 where we stand, up less than 0.1%. The Dow calling that flat on the day, up by 0.01%, up now by 3 points. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 28, up by about 0.2%. 10-year at 3.77%, with the 2-year that's yielding 3.78%. Gold down $4 the ounce, 24.96. Drop for the precious metal of a gain of 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude trading below $70 a barrel, 69.75 on WTI. Right now we got crude lower by 0.8%. Treasury yields tumbled after data showing a further slowdown in the U.S. labor market, fueled Wall Street bets on Fed rate cuts. Again, the 10-year, 3.77%. The Nordstrom family has offered to buy its namesake department store chain for $23 a share in cash, with plans to take the retailer private for $3.8 billion. Shares of Nordstrom now at $22.78, a drop today of 0.2%. Other retail news, Dollar Tree shares plunging after lowering its full-year guidance as consumers remain cautious in their spending. Dollar Tree shares, they're down now by 20.6%. Again, recapping, the Dow just turning negative, little change, down 3 points. S&P up less than 0.1%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the markets. Thank you so much. Of course, the market's finally tuned to react to any piece of economic data, including the JOLTS data from this morning as we await the jobs report on Friday. All of it, Joe, so that it can paint a clearer picture of what may happen with the trajectory of monetary policy, what the Federal Reserve will actually do at its meeting later this month. At the same time, though, here in Washington, we have major questions about fiscal policy, and we're getting more details as to what fiscal policy could look like under both of the potential presidencies of Harris and Trump 2.0.
Get ready for a lot of talk about tax cuts and tax policy here, maybe tax hikes in some areas. Kamala Harris looking to hike the corporate tax, which Wall Street has an allergy to inherently. Donald Trump, though, is talking about making permanent, of course, the fairly popular on Wall Street 2017 tax cuts. And the new analysis from Goldman Sachs paints a pretty ugly picture about what that would mean for deficit spending. Try $10.5 trillion over a decade. Technically, as we understand it now, and we do need more details on both campaigns' plans, Donald Trump is outspending Kamala Harris at this stage.
Although it is worth pointing out, she would like to do some tax cutting of her own, as she's going to outline today. She would like to reduce the number or the amount of taxes that small businesses have to pay by expanding the small business tax credit.
Yeah, we're going to hear from her around 2:45 Eastern time from the seacoast of New Hampshire. And along for the ride is Congressman Gabe Amo, a Democrat from Rhode Island, who brought an historic candidacy to the Ocean State, the first black member of Congress in the state of Rhode Island, and now on the road for the Harris campaign. Congressman, welcome. You have a good sense, I think, of the audience listening in to this argument over taxes and the economy, because the guys hanging around Caserta Pizza in Providence have a lot in common with the guys hanging around the Puritan back room in Manchester, all of whom are going to be listening to this today. And it becomes almost a question, Congressman, of who do you believe? Who do you trust more with the economy? And Kamala Harris says it is her, despite the track record that Donald Trump has to put on the table, how does she appeal to the folks at the Puritan back room and Caserta Pizza who want to know if their taxes are going up?
Well, first off, thanks for having me. And I am glad that you are displaying your Rhode Island knowledge of Caserta, which is a great institution on Federal Hill right here in Providence. And I think ultimately this comes down to who do you think has your best interests in mind? Who do you think wants opportunity for the many and not the few? And frankly, the proof is in the pudding. We have seen with the Trump tax cuts, the concentration of wealth at the top. Frankly, the middle class saw higher taxes, while with this opportunity agenda that Vice President Harris is putting forward, the announcement today is an example of that. 25 million new business registrations as the goal, working towards that startup expense, those expenses being deductible at a higher rate, tenfold, $50,000, where we know it costs on average of $40,000 to start a new business. So again, the question is, who is fighting for you and those in your lives so that everybody can have opportunity?
Well, Congressman, does there have to be a certain degree of honesty here about whether Kamala Harris can fight that fight alone? She's not going to be able to institute this policy or any others regarding the revenue and spending of this government without Congress control, right? And even if you and your colleagues can win back the majority, it's not looking as optimistic, perhaps, in the Senate.
Well, look, I am an optimist, and you know, the only poll that matters is that on election day. And so we're going to be working hard. I am cautiously optimistic that Speaker Hakeem Jeffries will be something that comes to fruition. I am also confident that we will be able to hold the Senate. Now, that's going to take a lot of work, and I think Vice President Harris's presence on the ticket has buoyed our potential, and I feel very strongly that the American people, when presented with these options of investing in an opportunity agenda, we heard previously last month on housing and in ensuring that everybody has the opportunity to own a home. Today on growing small businesses and cutting red tape versus a double down on trickle down economics, making permanent, which has been one of the biggest increases in income disparity and wealth disparity in our country. That's the choice that Americans have. And I believe that most of them will side for everybody having a seat at the table and growing their pie.
Well, Congressman, we're down to, I believe it's 62 days to that final poll you referred to in November. How important is it for Kamala Harris? And I'll hear from all the Harris supporters on Twitter about this. We're asking the same about both campaigns. Does she have to detail how she's going to pay for all of her proposals?
Well, I think that's part of the process, and we are hearing that. And, you know, I think over time, again, this campaign, as you noted, has 62 days left, 62 days to make a case to the American people and explain what we'll do regarding taxes, making sure that there is true tax fairness, that there is an opportunity for those companies who aren't paying their fair share to contribute in a fair, reasonable way to the strength and growth of our economy so that everybody can thrive. So those explanations are underway. And that is in contrast to what, you know, the former president has talked about in terms of giveaways to industry in exchange for support. That is not how this economy is meant to work. And I believe in the fairness that the vice president will pursue with her opportunity agenda will lay that out very clearly.
Of course, sir, it's not just a question of the kind of economic policy she'll pursue, but foreign policy as well, especially in light of the developments over the last few days in the Middle East, the death of 6 hostages that were being held by Hamas, ongoing pressure on the Netanyahu government and Hamas to agree to a ceasefire. I ask you this knowing you sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee. What does Kamala Harris need to say to the American people about the policy she will pursue when it comes to Israel and Gaza?
I think what you'll hear from the vice president is a clear and focused set of goals around achieving peace, ultimately a two-state solution. But in the near term, making sure that we get the negotiated end to hostilities and get hostages back as well as provide a robust set of humanitarian responses to a situation that has turned into a cycle of violence where there is a deficit of hope. And so we'll continue to hear from the Vice President, and in her capacity, as you know, she has traveled around the world, met with hundreds of world leaders, executed a diplomatic agenda on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration. So she is one of the most experienced people to step into the Oval Office when she wins on a foreign policy, from a foreign policy perspective. So I expect her to lay out a continued commitment to diplomatic resolutions to tragic situations like one we're seeing in Gaza.
Well, Congressman Amo, we don't need to tell you that the issue surrounding Israel specifically has been a major point of concern for progressive Democrats who have been disappointed with the Biden administration's approach to helping to protect civilian lives, for instance, in Gaza. Will progressives be disappointed all over again when they realize that Kamala Harris has the same policy?
Well, I see that Democrats, by and large, are excited about Vice President Harris. And I think they will see that in her approach, which will be that she is driving, is going to be about finding solutions, bringing people together. There's a lot of divisiveness on this issue. This is not a political football. This is about lives. This is about people who are suffering, the poor hostage families who are, desperately seeking answers, and those who have lost so many in Gaza, so many Palestinians who, for no fault of their own other than the birth lottery, are suffering. And so I think you will see a compassion from her that is consistent with our values and will really speak to all of the concerns across the broad and big tent of the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, Congressman, as you join us today from Rhode Island with Harris spending time in New Hampshire, if you could just speak to the state of play in New England overall. Is New Hampshire an area in which this campaign needs to devote time and resources? Is it actually something that's going to be a real contest in this cycle?
Well, look, nothing is a given in politics, and we were going to be working hard in New Hampshire. In fact, I've been there previously this cycle, spent time in Exeter and Manchester and Concord, and we'll go back to make the case to my New England neighbors that we have to work hard. This is not an election that is going to be a blowout. It's going to be close. We are the underdog. The vice president is the underdog. Make no mistake about it. But with all of the work that we will do, New England will go blue, and we will make sure that to send a clear message that we want an agenda focused on protecting our freedoms, expanding economic opportunity, and making sure this democracy can stand for the betterment of all Americans, especially all of the folks that I share New England with here in Rhode Island.
All right. Democratic Congressman Gabe Amo of Rhode Island, thank you so much for joining us today, sir. We appreciate your time, and we want to stay now in New England and New Hampshire specifically. We're joined now by the Republican governor of New Hampshire, Chris Sununu. Governor, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's always great to have you, sir. I'd like to ask you the same kind of question I just asked of the congressman. Polling is now showing that the map is wider in terms of the swing states for Kamala Harris than it was for Joe Biden. The co-chair of the RNC, Laura Trump, told me just last week they're looking to spend more money in states like North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Would you be advising the Republican Party, the campaign specifically, to waste precious time and money in New Hampshire this time?
Well, without a doubt. I mean, look, if you look at the electoral map, a lot of these swing states are going to be close. New Hampshire is going to be very close. But if Kamala Harris were to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the path to victory for Trump is North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, New Hampshire, right? So when you got to do the electoral math on this, and yeah, we might only have 4 electoral votes, but there's no doubt it's going to come into play. And this is a state that Trump only lost by 2,000 votes. 2,000 votes, that's nothing, back in 2016. And I think a lot of us agree that 2024 is going to look a lot more like 2016 in terms of the race. So I have no doubt that they will be putting resources here. Obviously, the former vice president thinks she needs to spend, the current vice president, Kamala Harris, needs to think that she needs to spend time here to earn and still have a chance to win this state. She's coming today. And I think you're going to see Trump coming and spending money here as well.
Hey, Governor, it's good to see you. This is the kind of stuff we live for. We just talked to a Harris surrogate, a Democratic member of the House of Representatives from New England, and it's a great opportunity to ask you, as Kaylee said, some of the same questions to get a sense of where your head is. We associate you with traditional, dare I say, old-fashioned Republican conservative values, and I wonder what your thought is when it comes to some of the deficit spending that we're hearing about from both campaigns. The analysis from Goldman Sachs makes it pretty clear that the deficit spending that Bloomberg estimates would top $10 trillion over a decade to making permanent the Trump tax cuts would outweigh any other benefits of his tax proposal. Kamala Harris, I believe, is in the area of $2 trillion in deficit spending, with at least the amount that we have heard. And I know that you're not about to vote for the Harris campaign. Are you concerned about ballooning deficits as a conservative sitting in New Hampshire under a Trump 2.0?
I'm concerned about a blooming deficits in America, regardless of who's in. There's no question about that. I mean, let's be honest. Republicans in the House and the Senate have not held up the conservative fiscal values that the Ronald Reagans and the Chris Sununu's really champion. So it's not just about Trump. It's about Congress. It's about actually a leadership on the Republican side in the Senate and in the House saying, hey, here's a proposal for a balanced budget. Here's how you do it. Here's the tough decisions to get it done. Now, under the potential Harris administration, as with Biden, it's been just an economic disaster on the macro scale. But more importantly, it's been a disaster on the microeconomic scale, being the rent, the cost of living, the fact people can't afford their electricity bills. They panic about how they're going to put food on the table. I mean, those are real issues. Inflation isn't 3.9%. That's not how people look at it. Inflation is more like 25 to 35% compounded since the last administration. And that's what people are going to look at. I could afford things 4 years ago. I can't afford them now. They're going to go to the ballot box, and they're going to vote on those issues of that financial stress, that anxiety, if you will, that stuff that keeps them up at night. That's what drives a voter. And that 10 to 12% of swing voters that are still out there, that's far and away the number one issue. Not so much on the macroeconomic scale. I get nervous about that. But day to day, family to family, it's all about how we're going to pay our bills. And who's the agent of change? Clearly not the current administration, right? You're just going to get the same, if not worse, in terms of economic policies, price controls, and all that nonsense. But the agent of change to actually make people's lives more affordable. And that's going to be Donald Trump.
Well, Governor, is that really true, though, if he's talking about blanket tariffs on everything that the U.S. Brings in, perhaps 60% on goods from China, the world's second largest economy? Any economist would tell you that is inflationary policy. If this is really about the cost of goods, that doesn't mean they're going lower under Trump.
Yeah, look, I completely agree. I don't love the tariff policies that he's putting forward, but again, that's strategy, right? That's kind of the leverage you want to use from America's position as the world leader and as the economic leader in the world to force better decisions and better results out of China and ultimately even Europe and the rest of Asia. So again, the Biden administration has ignored it, right? They haven't done anything on any of these issues. They're letting China grow more powerful. To understand what's going on in these international economies and to kind of threaten those tariffs, to threaten some sanctions and things of that nature, to gear up better international negotiations on what, ultimately what, not just the tariffs, but what other regulatory barriers should be there so they're not stealing our IP and all of that. I'll say this, none of that's going to matter when it comes to the vote. It's really not. When it comes to whether people vote for Trump or Harris, that's kind of a 30,000-foot level issue. People are going to vote on their anxieties. It's the border, but not about the 11 million illegals coming in. That's bad enough. I mean, we can't stand that. But it's the drugs they're bringing in. It's the human trafficking issue. You're right, to take those macro issues and have a candidate, and that's what you're going to hopefully see in the debate, these candidates bring it down to a real level of what parents are struggling about and what parents are driving, their anxieties on, if you will, on cost of living and drugs, how it affects their families. That's what's going to really be the selling point that I think Trump has to get by and kind of sell to the people, if you will, because I do think that Republicans have the right answers. They have real results. It's not just, hey, I'm not Joe Biden. I mean, that's literally all the Kamala Harris campaign has right now. That's not enough to cross the finish line in these swing states come November 5th.
Well, she's proposing some small business tax incentives in your state today, Governor, which is why she's gone there. But the analysis that we got from Alec Phillips at Goldman Sachs does leave us scratching our heads a bit. He estimates if Donald Trump wins, the hit to growth from the tariffs we're discussing right now, assuming they're 20 percentage points, across the board, and tighter immigration policy would outweigh the positive fiscal impulse and result in something in the area of a 0.5 percentage point of GDP. If the experts on Wall Street are telling us that deficit spending will increase inflation and that this Trump plan will slow economic growth, how does that help anybody with their anxiety about high prices?
Because Kamala Harris is proposing price controls, which would absolutely crush the economy, which would absolutely crush any sense of entrepreneurship, would absolutely crush the stock market, reduce any sense of and then you add on that we're going to tax you on unrealized gains, right? That crushes the stock market, right? That basically says anyone who's making major investments to companies that ultimately grow and employ people, that all comes to a screeching halt. Kamala Harris's policies, she had an opportunity to actually go to the middle, but she went even more extreme than Joe Biden. So Joe Biden has, in his administration, has completely destroyed this economy and people's ability to afford anything. She goes even further left than that government is going to now control prices and destroy any sense of entrepreneurship or innovation in any of these new markets, allowing just basically a couple giant companies to control things, and it actually ends up in causing a massive reverberation in a negative way throughout this entire economy. So, I mean, the scary point that you're not bringing up and that article doesn't address is the fact that the Democrats and these they're not even Democrat policies, they're extreme liberal policies, would be devastating to the average American in terms of what they can afford.
Governor, I'd like to ask you about a well-read piece today, and it's Jonathan Martin's new column in Politico magazine. The headline reads as follows: if Republicans want to win, they need Trump to lose big. It's this notion that members of your party, at least off the record, are suggesting it actually would be net beneficial in the medium term, shall we say, for Donald Trump to lose this election. What do you think about that idea? Would it be better for the party?
No, of course not. Look, so with all due respect, of course, anytime you have a president in office, the opposite party has an opportunity in the midterm elections. That's been tried and true for 100 years. Doesn't mean it's an automatic win for them, but you know that typically is just how it works. So, with all due respect to Jonathan, I love the guy, but he's not saying anything that is really news. And other than the fact that if he says that party insiders, look, I hate to tell you, I'm a governor. I'm a pretty popular governor, and I'm kind of on the inside. And I talk to other governors, I talk to other politicians all the time. Nobody's talking about that. No, not at all. Because what matters? What's going to get America in a better place down the road? Results matter. And the Trump administration, as an administration, can start delivering real results, bringing cost of living down, trying to deal with the drug crisis, the border crisis. And if you get those results, that's a huge win for Republicans that want to run in 2026 or even 2028. So, no, I disagree with the premise completely. I do believe results matter. And I can honestly tell you, no one's talking about that on the inside of the political bubble, so to say. Everybody is kind of galvanizing around making sure we get a Republican ticket. And look, whether you like Trump or not, what you get with Trump is a Republican administration, a new Republican head of the EPA. The current head of the EPA is an absolute disaster. A new Republican head of DOT, a new Republican head of education. All these departments that make rules and a lot of the processes that all of us have to live by. So that Republican administration is going to be a huge win for America. Even if you don't like the way Trump, acts and what he says, I don't like any of that. But boy, that change in holistic style out of D.C. Is going to be hugely beneficial for this country. I mean, walk into any building in Washington, D.C. right now. Nobody's there. They all work remotely. The federal government works at a snail's pace of a snail's pace because nobody actually comes to work, right? It's incredible what the Biden administration has done to D.C., bringing the whole process to gridlock. So you're not just voting for Trump. You're voting for a whole change in approach to government where, again, you as the individual come first. States' rights matter. Local individual control is actually important again. Those are the things.
Well, I'll tell you what, Governor, I live in Washington. I was in traffic for over an hour this morning. I think somebody's coming to work down here, but you probably saw your name in this column. Before we let you go,
all the lobbyists,
I read here, consider the governors, Glenn Youngkin, the lobbyist, well, maybe the reporters too, Brian Kemp, and yes, New Hampshire's Chris Sununu, it says, would all be prime targets for Senate Republicans. I thought you already decided that was a bad idea, that nothing gets done here.
You mean in terms of me, right? No, I have no interest in running for the U.S. Senate at all. No, nothing does get done in D.C. It's incredibly frustrating. Governors get stuff done. We get results. We stand accountable. We stand behind the wins and the losses, and that's what good government's all about. So, no, I was once ranked, we had a ranking of the most efficient government in the country here in New Hampshire, which is like being the best surfer in Kansas. I get it, but. Yeah, it is something that we do take pride in, and compared to D.C., it's been an epic disaster. So no, thank you. I've done my 4 terms. I'm going to go off into the private sector, and happy to help anybody learn how to win races on the private side of things that I can.
Just think of the conversations we'll be able to have when he's out of office, Kaylee. Governor, it's great to see you. We invoked the Puritans' back room before you came on the air. Say hi to everybody for us in Manchester. Chris Sununu, of course, the governor of New Hampshire. And a fascinating conversation. This is what we do here at Bloomberg. You just got it. Straight from the Harris campaign, and I know he's not a Trump surrogate, but speaking, of course, as a conservative Republican from New England, that's the baseline. That's where we are in this campaign.
Yeah, and that it is about economic policy and the kind of policy you could see under these 2 different administrations who are painting very different visions of how they would like to achieve stronger U.S. growth and better circumstances for what the governor was describing as people, American voters, concerned about the cost of living.
And a big gift to our listeners in Boston at 92.9. There you have it. Local voices speaking about national politics here, although they say all news is local, right? Let's get up to date. Speaking of news, Wall Street, of course, we turn to Charlie Pellet in New York for the latest on the markets. Charlie, how's it look?
Right now we are lower for the Dow and the S&P, higher for NASDAQ. We have got stocks really churning ahead of the jobs report on Friday. Right now, S&P down 5, 55.23 where we stand. Lower since our last update, down now by about 0.1%. The Dow down 50 points now, a decline there of 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up just under 0.1%, up by 12 points right now. 10-year 3.78%, with the 2-year 3.78% as well. Spot gold up $2.50 the ounce, $24.95, up by about 0.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude below $70 a barrel today, 69.37 right now, tumbling by 1.4%. Volvo Car has abandoned a target to sell only fully electric cars by the end of this decade. It is the latest manufacturer to walk back its EV ambitions due to waning demand. And Lyft plans to sell some of its bike and scooter business and eliminate 1% of its employees as the ride-hailing company struggles to turn profitable. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. S&P down 6 points, a drop there of 0.1%. 10-year and the 2-year at 3.78%. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you as we carry on here, the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. Boy, this week is moving quick. I actually thought, like you, it was Tuesday earlier. Coming off the long holiday weekend, Kamala Harris, as you just learned, clearly going to be in New Hampshire talking economy earlier. But then it's on to Pittsburgh. This is interesting, Kaylee. Reports earlier today on debate prep in the Washington Post. She's going to be holding her final days of prep hunkered down in Pittsburgh, not Camp David or at home, for instance. And she's going to get there Thursday and stay for the rest of that period of time, I guess, sequestered, so there are no distractions.
Yep, staying in Pennsylvania, and then she'll make the journey from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, where the debate will take place, of course, on ABC on September 10th. We're going to have full coverage of that, of course, alongside our signature political panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Schaefer.
That's right. Let's bring him in right now, our panel today, with debate prep in mind. And, of course, Rick Davis is someone who knows a lot about that, having prepared multiple candidates through murder boards, as they called them, getting through the prep and trying to simulate the debate that they're going to endure next Tuesday. Rick, we understand Philip Raines again will be playing Donald Trump in full cosplay here. I don't know if he's got the wig on or not, but he's wearing lifts and doing things to make it look like he's Donald Trump. To what extent do you like this idea? Because I know that you were concerned about Joe Biden's prep. Some suggested he was over-prepared. To go to a different city, to hunker down with your advisors and get ready.
Yeah, I think that practice is a good thing. It's been a while since Kamala Harris was on a debate stage in a competitive environment, and this is the big show. So I think she's doing the right thing by hunkering down and bringing her team in and you know, putting Raines into a red tie again. The more familiarity that you have with the stage and the surroundings and the lighting, the easier it's going to be for you to get into sort of a thinking mode, right? And we've talked about this before about debates, but these debaters get nervous. I mean, this is the biggest thing she's going to have done since her convention speech, and maybe the most important moment of her political career. And tell me she's not going to have butterflies. And so getting used to the scenes and sounds and action on a stage with lights in your face and knowing you only have a certain amount of time to respond, I think is wise to acclimatize the candidate to this.
Well, as you talk about the sounds, Rick, it also might be worth noting the sounds that won't be heard, at least to the audience, because according to the debate rules released by ABC, the mics will be muted when it's not the candidate's turn to talk, as they were in the CNN debate between Trump and Biden back in June. Even despite the Harris campaign's protestation over that, they would like the mics to stay hot. Jeannie, how is that likely to change the actual preparation that is underway? You don't necessarily need to work on something akin to the I'm speaking that we saw in the Harris-Pence debate in 2020 if he can't speak while you're speaking, right?
That's right. And we all remember she spent a lot of that debate trying to, hush up is the best way to put it, Mike Pence. This is a margin of error election. This debate couldn't be more important for both of them. And I keep thinking that if there's one thing that Kamala Harris should do, you guys remember the movies A Few Good Men with Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson on the stand? She's got to entice Donald Trump to lose his mind. You can't handle the truth style. And that's what she's got to do over and over again. To your point, Kaylee, the muting is not going to help her with that. I'm old enough to remember the Rick Lazio-Hillary Clinton debate here in New York, which was a local debate. But she's got to entice him to do that over and over again, because people have to be reminded who Donald Trump is and the fact that he can't control himself when he's goaded into saying things. And that's where I would encourage her to go. We know she's methodical in preparing, so I'm hoping that's where she has focused her attention, but she'll be holed up in Pennsylvania doing this for so many days.
You need me on that wall, Jeannie. The thing is, it may not be fully baked, Rick. I don't know what you guys think of this. The Harris campaign is telling NBC News that they have not agreed to the debate rules involving that muted microphone that Kaylee just mentioned, that they're still, in fact, hashing out several key issues, including the muting of microphones when it's not their turn to speak. Rick, what do you make of this? Are we going to see this debate continue, the debate about the debate, until next Tuesday?
Yeah, there's some gamemanship going on here too. As much as Donald Trump doesn't want to show that she's getting under his skin, it was just a couple of days ago he went on this rant about, of course he could do it with the microphones on, but they already agreed the microphones are going to be off. And I'm sure they took that statement and said, well, if he's agreed that the microphones can be on, then our preference is to do that, and just keep them all tangled up. I think tactically there are so many of these beneath the public perception of things that are going on, just to get under his skin. And by the way, I think that's really going to be her approach in the debate. I don't think she's going to try to define Donald Trump. He's the most defined person maybe on the face of the earth. You're not going to chip into that a lot, but she does want to get under his skin and maybe elicit one of those, moments that Jeannie talks about where you can't handle the truth comes out. Now, in his case, it's probably more like you can't handle my lies, but that's a totally different situation.
Well, and in our final minute here, we, of course, had a conversation with the two of you yesterday about the idea that the election may be on November 5th, but voting starts at the end of this week when absentee ballots start getting mailed out in North Carolina on Friday. Is it possible that there will be people out there who have already made up their minds, Jeannie, before seeing either of these candidates on the stage next week?
Absolutely. And, I think, in fact, as we look at the data, we only have about 5 to 10% of people who haven't made up their minds and who are still what we would consider persuadable. So it is a small number, but in an election this tight, that is a critical number. And so this matters an awful lot, even though, to your point, early voting is starting imminently. It's very exciting, Kaylee. It's our time of year.
Yes, it is. Jeannie Shanzano, And Rick Davis, of course, with us through all of the exciting twists and turns in this election cycle, our signature political panel. Thank you both so much for joining us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. And of course, there's another breaking news story today that we've been tracking for you here on Bloomberg, and it's what has happened today, a school shooting in Georgia, in Winder, Georgia, specifically outside of Athens, Appalachia High School. CNN, Joe, is now reporting that at least 4 people are believed to have been killed and approximately 30 more injured. We have not independently verified those figures here at Bloomberg, but of course we do understand President Biden was briefed on this incident earlier today.
Yeah, the story is only about an hour old. Since Amy Morris first joined us on the air to break this. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, we're looking at aerial shots of that campus. Kaylee, we need to always slow down when we're talking about stories like these, and we will have information from Georgia as soon as we receive it and confirm it here at Bloomberg. Stay with us on the fastest show in politics here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we begin with a developing story. There is word of a potential telecom deal involving Verizon Communications and Frontier Communications. Frontier shares right now have been halted for volatility. Last quote, they were up by 8.4%. The Wall Street Journal says a Verizon Frontier deal could come this week. Verizon said to be in advanced talks to acquire Frontier. Again, Verizon shares down 2.5% on that report. We do have shares of Frontier Communications up by about 8.4%. They have been halted, though, for volatility. U.S. stocks trading mixed right now. We have got the Dow and the S&P. They are both lower. NASDAQ is higher. S&P down 6, a drop there of 0.1%. The Dow down 53, drop there of 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 8, little changed, up by just under 0.1%. 10-year at 3.77%, with the 2-year 3.78%. Gold little changed, up just under 0.1%, 24.94 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, 69.39 right now for a barrel of WTI. Nvidia shares moving higher today after yesterday's 9.5% plunge. We have got Nvidia up today by 1.2%. HPE, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, reports after the close of trading. Ahead of that report, Hewlett-Packard down by 1.9%. Again, developing story, repeating the headline, word of a potential deal involving Verizon Communications and Frontier Communications. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyles.
Charlie, thank you. Charlie Pellet in New York with his eyes on the markets. Indeed, as we carry on with our conversation about politics, we want to stay on the markets for just a moment with some breaking news, Kaylee, coming from the Wall Street Journal. I'm guessing the markets will like this because it appears no matter who wins the presidential election, we could see the top-level capital gains tax go down. If you're looking for sunlight between Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we may have just found it, Kaylee. She's going to talk about this in roughly 1 hour in New Hampshire.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal citing people familiar with the matter here that suggests less drastic increase to the capital gains tax rate. It does not specify this is on unrealized gains of dispute.
You mentioned entrepreneurs will key off incentives, Kaylee, that add to what we've already heard about her plans involving price gouging and housing incentives. We're slowly constructing what this economic proposal will be.
Yeah, and that's, of course, as we focus not just on economic policy, but the domestic policy that these candidates would like to pursue more broadly. But there's foreign policy questions as well. They'll likely field some of these on the debate stage in Philadelphia next Tuesday as they get ready to prepare for their answers. And, of course, front and center within the Democratic Party specifically, the area in which there is perhaps the most tension around foreign policy is on the subject of Israel and its ongoing war in Gaza, especially in light of the death of 6 hostages over this past weekend. The U.S., of course, putting increased pressure on the Israeli government to reach a ceasefire. And earlier today on surveillance, one of the members of that government, the Israel Strategic Affairs Minister, Ron Dermer, joined our colleagues and had this to say.
In the wake of the horrific execution of 6 hostages, including an American, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, Israel is not going to make concessions in the wake of that. We are committed to a deal. We set people to sit with negotiators to try to get that deal done, and I hope we can do it. We're working with the U.S. administration to try to push that deal forward. Until we have an actual practical solution on the ground for the Philadelphia corridor, Israel forces cannot leave.
For more on this, we're joined now by Mara Rudman. She is professor at the Miller Center at the University of Virginia, also director of the Ripples of Hope Project, focused on democratic solutions. Professor Rudman, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to have you. Obviously, we are all trying to figure out how the calculus around a ceasefire agreement has changed in the aftermath of this weekend's events. Thousands of protesters we have seen take to the streets in Israel. Do you think the odds are greater now than they were before this happened, that an agreement is reached, or lower?
Thanks, Kaylee. Good to be with you again for this important discussion. Listen, I think the odds have been hard all along, and they continue to be so, because both Bibi Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, and Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas and the mastermind of the horrendous Hamas action against Israel starting October 7th, but planned well before, themselves do not have an interest in getting to a ceasefire. Many Palestinians in Gaza do. Many Palestinians in the West Bank do, as well as certainly Egypt, Qatar, who are working that. And the same is true within Israel, of the many Israelis taking to the street to push for a ceasefire. And Prime Minister Netanyahu's own defense minister has made very clear that he thinks it's important and critical for Israel's interest to go forward. But two key decision makers are very tough to turn on this, and Netanyahu seems to have doubled down. I think Sinwar's been in a tough place for a while now.
Well, we heard from Netanyahu earlier this hour, Mara, and he made clear, reaching directly for the sticking point here, that Israel must stay along the Egypt-Gaza border in a first phase of a ceasefire, the Philadelphia corridor that we've been hearing so much about. As long as that's the case, there's no ceasefire, right?
Well, that's Netanyahu's position as articulated by Ron Dermer, who, of course, was ambassador to the United States, has been a close ally of Netanyahu for some time. I know Ron Dermer. I've worked with him when I served in President Obama's administration. And he's a political guy. The person who has actually got their portfolio and responsibility on Israel's security needs and what's most important for Israel's security is the defense minister, Yoav Gallant, who has made it very clear and has been public about it, that he believes that Israel is best protected by bringing hostages home and not physically controlling the Philadelphia corridor, that he believes there are many other routes to also provide for the security that Ron Dermer talked about on Prime Minister Netanyahu's behalf. So I think if the primary focus is what's in Israel's interest and bringing hostages home in Israel's security, it goes to some compromises that I believe have been on the table or are on the table about the Philadelphia corridor. It should be clear, it's not at all obvious that even if Netanyahu agrees, that Yahya Sinwar is prepared to agree.
Well, and of course, it's not just Sinwar and Netanyahu and their governments or their, in the case of Hamas, the organization that's at the table. There's mediators involved in this too, including the U.S., but Egypt and Qatar as well. Are there more that any of these mediating groups could be doing to force this deal to happen, or is everyone out of leverage here?
I think neither of your two statements, Kayla, are true. In other words, no, I do not think things are any of the countries involved are out of leverage. You're never done until you're done on this kind of issue, and it is hard for all the reasons we've discussed. But I also believe that the United States, with Israel, and in partnership with Egypt, the Egyptians and the Qataris, who I believe are working every point of leverage they have with Hamas, are doing absolutely everything they can and will continue to do everything they can until there is a breakthrough on this. There is no giving up on this issue. There cannot be.
How long is the window open, though, in all reality, Mara, for Benjamin Netanyahu specifically? And if he announces a ceasefire here, what will it mean for his political career?
Well, listen, this is the reason that Netanyahu and Sinwar, and I don't mean to keep comparing them, but the challenge is you have two key decision makers who don't share the interests of everyone else involved. For Netanyahu, when this conflict ends, he is almost certainly done politically. There will be a state investigation that is, by the way, run by the Supreme Court of Israel, with whom he has not exactly had the best relationship since he tried to essentially dismantle their power. And the judiciary is the one who decides how the State Commission of Inquiry runs, which will be to investigate everything that's happened in Israel that led up to October 7th and the aftermath of how it's been prosecuted as well. And politically, if he agrees to a ceasefire, it means that he loses the two wildly extreme members of his coalition who have been guaranteeing his pathway to power. So this is part of putting the interests of his country ahead of his own personal interests. It's central here. And thus far, not something he's been willing to do, though he and Ron Dermer and others wrap it in a lot of other language.
Well, of course, Mara, before the events of this weekend, we were focusing our conversation on Israel's preemptive strikes into against Hezbollah and others as they are trying to avoid retaliation or intercept retaliation from both Hezbollah and Iran for events earlier this summer, the assassinations of Hamas's political leader in Tehran and, of course, a Hezbollah commander near Beirut. Does that take the Israeli eye off the ball, if you will, of those potential threats that could be coming in from other Iranian proxies or Iran itself that aren't Hamas? How does especially the domestic pressure at home for Netanyahu influence what kind of other events could transpire on other borders?
Well, listen, all of these events are in one way or another interrelated. Getting to a ceasefire in Gaza will help to reduce the reasons that, some of what is behind Hezbollah's attacks on Israel and the northern border. It will help to dial that down as opposed to dialing it up. And also, if you could actually go forward with the types of proposals the United States has been working, for example, with the Saudis, to get to a way forward for the Palestinians, which will absolutely be the next steps from a ceasefire. You need to have some way for the West Bank to restabilize and for Gaza to be built back. You need to have other forces around the region come in. They will not do that without some agreement from Israel to move forward, to begin to discuss the future of a Palestinian state, not to agree to one tomorrow, but to have some pathway forward that can allow for reforms for Palestinians and leaders that will be able to represent them going forward. I bring this up in the context of your question about the regional conflicts because having Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the Qataris in one way or another, all aligned, as well as other countries in the region, will help to push back on the threat that Iran poses as well. There's elements of the deal the Saudis would strike with the United States that would help Saudi security, help regional security, give the United States more strength vis-a-vis Iran, and frankly, put Israel in a more secure position. So all of these elements are interlinked.
Mara, it's always a real pleasure to have you. Mara Rudman, professor at the Miller Center at the University of Virginia. We thank you, as always, for the expertise. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. This is Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics on Bloomberg TV and radio. As we turn back to the stock market now, Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle joins, specifically Abigail X. And I'm not referring to the new name for Twitter. That's ticker symbol X, U.S. Steel. With news today in the Washington Post that Joe Biden is preparing to announce that he will, in fact, formally block Nippon Steel's proposed acquisition of U.S. Steel. Abigail, it is showing up in the markets here. What do you see?
It is absolutely showing up in the markets. Earlier today, prior to these headlines breaking, we had U.S. Steel up about 3%, despite the fact that the company was saying that if the Biden administration or the possible future Harris administration were to block that deal, they would have to close plants and thousands of jobs would be lost. The stock had been higher. Now the stock is down 15, 16, 17%. So basically a 20% intraday reversal to the downside, is 17% to the downside, but overall that 20% move. So a big move as this news, it's interesting because the market is certainly treating it as though it is a shock, the fact that we have this level of surprise. It tells you that investors of U.S. Steel thought that the Nippon buy of U.S. Steel was done, that the talk out of President Biden in terms of not wanting the deal to go through, that U.S. Steel manufacturing should stay here in the U.S. to protect those unions as one factor, plus the idea of strong U.S. Manufacturing, that they really weren't taking that rhetoric seriously. It also tells you they sort of took the idea that VP Harris was saying that she sided with Biden because the stock was down yesterday significantly on that news. But then again, we had that bounce back. But now on this headline from the Washington Post, we don't know this is going to happen for sure, but investors are certainly treating it that way. This is the worst day, Kaylee and Joe, going all the way back to June of 2020. It is a brutal slide for U.S. Steel and the possibility that it's not going to be bought out by Nippon.
All right, Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle on this breaking news. Thank you so much. And of course, Joe, it is worth noting, per the Washington Post reporting here, that this action might be taken by the president before the CFIUS review of this deal has formally wrapped up. Nothing yet in that regard has been delivered to the president's desk.
Maybe taking it off the table for Kamala Harris, who chose to take the same position that he has on this just yesterday.
Yeah, of course, Bloomberg has not yet confirmed this, but we'll have more of the latest on the late edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. That's coming up. at 5 p.m.
That's right. We'll have a lot more on what Kamala Harris is talking about with regard to capital gains as well. Important report in the Wall Street Journal looking to lower the number, at least lower than what Joe Biden had proposed at the highest levels. Kaylee, we have a lot to learn. She'll start talking in about 45 minutes. We'll have much more. 5 p.m. Eastern. We'll see you here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Live on Bloomberg TV Radio, streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. It is a Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenevec, and that is not Carol Masser. It's Emily Griffeo. She's Bloomberg News cross-asset team reporter. She's keeping Carol's seat warm this week. Well, Carol takes some well-deserved time off. Emily Griffeo, happy shortened trading week. How are you?
I'm doing well. It doesn't feel like a shortened week, though.
It doesn't. Hey, we're going to have some beige book headlines in just a minute, so we're glued to the Bloomberg terminal because go ahead and I think it's fair to call it a Fed Wednesday. Anecdotal information on current economic conditions. We're going to bring it to you live as soon as it crosses. Treasury yields, though, they're the story today, tumbling after data showed a further slowdown in the U.S. labor market fueled Wall Street bets on Federal Reserve rate cuts.
And still ahead, we're going all in on chips today. The latest on NVIDIA, not just yesterday's record rout, but the escalating antitrust probe.
And speaking of chips, Intel's money woes are throwing the Biden's team strategy into turmoil. Mackenzie Hawkins joining us on that a little later in the program.
And it's among the most contentious issues in America today. Immigration. Our big take is a deep dive into America's failing system for deciding asylum cases.
All that and more. It's going to be a packed hour on a Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, a check of the trading day and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
All right, I thank you very much, Tim and Emily. Stocks lower across the board right now. A lot of headlines, a lot of moving parts. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg for the very latest. President Biden said to be preparing to block Nippon Steel's acquisition of U.S. Steel. Shares of U.S. Steel, they are halted right now, actually moving down now by 18.2% on X. That is the ticker there. Nippon Steel, the potential acquirer. We've got Nippon shares. They are trading higher. Nippon up now by 2%. So again, President Biden preparing to block Nippon Steel's acquisition of U.S. Steel. Earlier today, U.S. Steel warned that thousands of jobs are at risk without Nippon Steel. Again, bears repeating, shares of U.S. Steel, they are down now by 18%. Another major developing story at this hour, Frontier Communication shares jumped 8.4%, triggering a volatility halt after the Wall Street Journal reported that Verizon Communications is in advanced talks to acquire the fiber internet company, citing people familiar with the matter. Verizon down on that report, down 3.9%. Frontier Communication shares, they are up by 27.5%. So again, U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel, Frontier, and Verizon, major stories we're following for you here at Bloomberg. Stocks lower, S&P down 11 right now, drop there of just about 0.2%. The Dow down 75, down 0.2%. NASDAQ, meanwhile, lower by 0.1%. 10-year yield, 3.77%. The 2-year, 3.78%. Gold flat on the day, little change there, $24.93 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude back below $70 a barrel, $69.41, a drop there of 1.3%. Lots of moving parts, plenty going on. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Going through the beige book, the anecdotal summary of what is going on when it comes to overall economic activity in the Fed's districts. Economic activity grew slightly in 3 districts, while the number of districts that reported flat or declining activity rose from 5 in the prior period to 9 in the current period. Employment levels were steady overall, though there were isolated reports that firms filled only necessary positions, reduced hours and shifts, or lowered overall employment levels through attrition. Still, reports of layoffs remained rare. On balance, wage growth was modest, while increases in non-labor input costs and selling prices ranged from slight to moderate. For more on this, we turn to Stephen Blitz. He's chief U.S. economist at Global Data TS Lombard. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Important to keep in mind, this is anecdotal evidence from the Fed's districts.
Right.
But it does give a good idea of changes from different periods of time and how employers are feeling about the economy. What are your takeaways?
Well, I wouldn't downgrade the fact that it's anecdotal information, because if you go back to the time leading into 08, 09, they valued and they learned in their sort of, Monday morning quarterbacking of going in, the value of anecdotal information. And I'm really not surprised by what this said, because if you look at the economic data that's coming out, right, and I expect the Friday employment number not to be particularly surprising in either direction.
So like in line with expectations?
Yeah, in line with expectations. In other words, I don't expect minus 100,000 or something like that. But what this number tells you, this tells you why Powell said what he did at Jackson Hole, making for a Fed chair, a very blanket statement saying, the easing of labor markets stops here. All right, and anecdotal information is very important to them at turns in the cycle because they lead the data.
So how are you thinking about all the data that's coming in right now? Because it really seems like we're in a situation where the market, at least, is very sensitive. They don't want to see, for example, a labor market that's too hot. They don't want to see one that is too weak. How are you kind of putting all of this together?
Well, I think on the edges, right, there's no recession. Right. And so on the edges, you see weakening economic growth. The July personal income data was actually pretty good, especially on real spending for discretionary items. In other words, not counting food, energy, rent. So it was actually pretty good. Right. So this is really about, this is unusual for most cycles in that this is really about the Fed easing before recessionary data takes place, as opposed to their usual, which is catching up. Right? And they don't want to be in catch-up mode, right? And by anyone's model, the funds rate is at least 100 basis points too high. So the real question is, how fast do you get down there? And the data will determine that. The market is figuring that once they do the 25, the data will soften enough to scare the market to do like a 50 in December and then another 25 in December, and that's how you get your 100, right? The moves after that, right, is really in anticipation of the funds rate going down to adjust for an inflation rate by the next year is 2% instead of 3%.
I'm looking at labor markets in the beige book. It says that employment levels, Steve, were generally flat to up slightly in recent weeks. Few districts reported that firms reduced shifts and hours, left advertised positions unfilled, or reduced headcount through attrition, though accounts of layoffs remained rare. Employers were more selective with their hires and less likely to expand their workforces, citing concerns about demand and an uncertain economic outlook. Is this, coupled with the JOLTS data that we got earlier today, is this a return to normalcy?
Well, that's the question, right? And that's been the question all along as to whether or not this is just a return to a normal economy or whether this is a precursor to recession.
What do you think?
I think that what I'm reading here, this is typical precursor of a recession.
You said we're not in a recession right now.
No, we're not. We're not in a recession now, to be very clear, right? But before firms start to lay people off, right, what do? Just in our own experience, right? They slow wage increases. Maybe they don't give wage increases. They cut travel. Business travel is an important, ask, hotels, what they're seeing in business travel, not vacations, but business travel. And then they cut hours. And then there's unfilled positions, and they say, you know what, we're not going to fill this position.
We've been hearing for 2 or 3 years that a recession is just around the corner. And it hasn't arrived.
Well, we haven't gone around enough corners yet.
Okay, maybe we haven't. What's different about this environment?
Well, the difference is that this is not a normal cycle because there was a mandated shutdown and then a mandated reopening, which was COVID, right? And you had a tremendous amount of fiscal stimulus along with that. And so you had this unreal, unsustainable 6% growth, whatever it was in 2022. So the economy is going from 6 down to 2.5. So, which is its normal cycle as the impact of all this stuff kind of washes through. So it's very hard to tell what is just returning to normal and when you're going past that. Now, the Fed really didn't get tight until late last year, earlier this year. And my favorite indicator is the inversion of the real yield curve. So real 3-month yields versus real 10-year yields. And that inverted last November. And that's about a 12-month till, on average, which is always a dangerous number, but on average is about 12 months, which puts you into coming into recession at the end of this year. But of course, it's not necessarily fated if the Fed does what it wants to do in terms of easing financial conditions. And the key one is to actually cut the cost of short-term financing.
Which they're set to do.
Which they will do 25 in September, unless there's a big negative surprise, right? There's no upside number. Like, let's say it's 250,000. That's going to keep them, especially given this anecdotal information, that will keep them from cutting 25. So the question is 25 or 50, and you would need a really poor employment number to get 50.
Steve, we're going to have to leave it there. Stephen Blitz, Chief U.S. Economist at Global Data TS Lombard, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Always good to see you. Thanks for swinging by. Come back again soon.
And we got a jobs number forecast.
Yeah, we do. Well, no, jobs number forecast and an interest rate forecast.
And an interest rate forecast. Yeah. So we'll hold you to that.
All right, we will.
25 bips in September.
Right. If I'm wrong, I'll buy you both drinks.
All right, sounds good. Well, superlatives abound when talking about what happened with NVIDIA yesterday. Shares fell more than 9.5% at a race nearly $280 billion in market cap. It lost more than the market cap of Adobe, which is one of the 30 biggest stocks in the U.S. market. Shares higher by about 0.3% as we speak. Then after markets closed, Ian King and Leah Nyland exclusively reported that the U.S. Justice Department sent subpoenas to NVIDIA and other companies as it seeks evidence that the chipmaker violated antitrust laws, an escalation of its investigation into the dominant provider of AI processors. We got with us Ian King, Bloomberg News U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter, joining us from our San Francisco bureau. Ian, the dust has settled a little bit in the last 18 hours, 20 hours or so since you and Leah reported this story. As the dust settles, remind us, what is at issue here and what the Justice Department is alleging?
I mean, the important thing is that this is a subpoena. They've been surveying NVIDIA's customers and competitors. Now they've moved to a subpoena, which, as you know, is a legally enforceable requirement to provide information. So what we think in terms of what this signifies is that they are moving closer towards launching a formal complaint alleging that NVIDIA has transgressed rules here.
Remind us what NVIDIA has said thus far about these subpoenas.
Yeah, in response to our story, they came back and they were quite feisty. They didn't deny the facts. What they said was, look, people buy our chips because they're good. If they don't, they can go elsewhere. So really, showing a degree of irritation, I would say. With this, they believe in truth in engineering. They believe that they are where they are because they are the best engineers for this type of product.
So what is at the core of the DOJ probe? What part of NVIDIA's supply chain are they really looking at here?
Yeah, I mean, we won't really know that until there's a formal complaint filed, but our reporting basically shows that what they're looking at is the idea, and this is something that's happened in the chip industry before with companies like Intel, where if you make multiple products for a data center, such as what NVIDIA does, networking, software, they supply software models, services, and the chips. Say if you only want to buy the chips, maybe you're paying more, maybe you're not getting the kind of supply that you want compared to those that are buying everything. That's one of the examples that's sort of been thrown around. Maybe there is some kind of pricing differentiation going on that the customers don't like or think is unfair. All of these kind of ideas when you have a company like NVIDIA, which is so utterly dominant in one area.
Okay, well, you bring up a good point, Ian, that it is utterly dominant in this one area. And you said, well, essentially the response has been, if you don't like our product, you can go elsewhere. Can customers really go elsewhere?
Sort of. I think the problem, I mean, obviously competitors such as Intel and AMD are really, it's taken them a while. I think AMD is closer, but still not really at the level that NVIDIA is at. And Intel, by its own admission, is kind of trailing far behind. So in that sense, no. But there are other aspects to this. A company like AWS, Amazon's web services, they do their own networking. They do their own servers. They do their own software. So maybe they just want the chips. Maybe it's hard. I'm giving you a hypothetical here. Maybe it's, difficult for them because they don't want to buy everything. So that's the kind of argument that exists, that maybe some of these companies that have the expertise and the ability to do a lot of it themselves want just the chips and want those chips on fair terms.
What do you make of the move in the stock? We saw, obviously, NVIDIA fall almost 10% yesterday, but it's actually in positive territory right now. Is that move justified with the news that you're reporting?
I mean, I think you would have to ask my markets colleagues a little bit more about that. I mean, looking at what was happening yesterday, and this is before our story went out, there was, obviously all of the chips-related stocks sold off, and those that had been tied to this kind of AI frenzy were amongst the leaders, and obviously NVIDIA. led everybody, because of its market cap, it had a huge impact on the indexes and particularly chip-related index. So that had happened pre to this. I mean, what we should do is probably separate the short-term fluctuations between the long-term impact of something like an antitrust investigation, which will take a long time and which will likely be appealed if there is an investigation, if there is a formal complaint, and if the courts decide in favor of the government's case whenever that is brought.
Okay, whenever that is brought, Ian, help us understand and help our audience understand what the next piece of this puzzle would be. What are you watching for?
Yeah, I mean, there would be a formal complaint would be the next step. We have to say in that regard, these things typically have taken years, actions against Microsoft, actions in the past against Intel, and quite a lot of them have, very little material impact on a company's fortunes, because guess what? Technology moves quicker than the legal system. But at the same time, it's clear, not only in the US, but worldwide, that AI and who controls it, who controls these vital pathways, is a clear, strategic, geopolitical security focus for governments around the world. So I think we could take this as part of a broader look at these things, and obviously an influence that governments feel they need to bring to bear upon this market.
Hey, Ian, while we have you, we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you for your view on what happened yesterday when it came to the stocks, when it came to the chip stocks. We saw all 30 components of the stocks down yesterday. The stocks had its worst day going all the way back to 2020. There was this UBS note that came out yesterday, but other than that, why did we see such a decline in chip stocks yesterday?
I mean, it's look at the multiples, look at the run-ups that we've had this year, last year. It's clear that a huge amount of money has been shifted into this sector, and it's happened very, very quickly. NVIDIA being the prime example of that. When you get that kind of concentration, you obviously attract a lot of retail investors and a lot of people who don't potentially have the knowledge. So you have a lot of, what people will call fast money coming into a sector which traditionally didn't really have it. So that's going to make any rollover, any sense that perhaps we've got ahead of ourselves a little bit, even more precipitous when people get nervous and when they pull back. That is one explanation of what happened yesterday, and we've seen that happen recently. And then guess what? The money came rolling back in again. So you would have to ask, long-term investors and short-term investors what their viewpoint is and what their bias is. But to me, that is the kind of explanation that I've heard that makes most sense to describe what's going on.
Well, we certainly appreciate that explanation. We certainly appreciate all the coverage that you and the team covering NVIDIA and other chip companies. Ian King, Bloomberg News U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter, joining us from our San Francisco bureau. Taking a look now at what's going on with ticker X, that's U.S. Steel, down more than 20%. This after the Washington Post reported that U.S. President Joe Biden is preparing to formally block Nippon Steel's $14.1 billion takeover of U.S. Steel Corp. You can see Nippon Steel up by 3% right now, U.S. Steel down more than 21%. Washington Post journalist Jeff Stein reported the development in a post on X, citing people familiar with the matter. Up next, we continue our coverage of semiconductors, a deep dive on Intel. That's right after this on Bloomberg.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. President Biden preparing to block Nippon Steel's acquisition of U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel shares are down now by 19%. Nippon Steel, the potential acquirer, up by just about 3%. Another major story we're keeping an eye on, Verizon said to be in talks to buy Frontier Communications. Right now, Frontier is up by 30.5%. Verizon shares down by 3.8%. Stocks lower across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all trading in the red right now. S&P down 11, drop there of 0.2%. The Dow down 46, a drop of 0.1%. And NASDAQ lower by 26 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop right now of 0.1%. 10-year at 3.77%, with the 2-year also at 3.77%. Gold, little changed, up 70 cents the ounce, 24.93, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.6%, 69.19 per barrel of WTI. Dollar Tree shares are plunging 24.6%. The retailer lowered its full-year guidance as consumers remain cautious in their spending. And the Nordstrom family has offered to buy its namesake department store chain for $23 a share in cash, with plans to take the retailer private for $3.8 billion. Nordstrom down now by 0.2%. Recapping, stocks lower. S&P down 13 right now, drop there of 0.2%. NASDAQ also down 0.2%. The Dow down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Certainly do appreciate it. We just spoke with our own Ian King about NVIDIA. Now we're going to talk Intel, because the Biden-Harris administration's big bet on Intel to lead a U.S. chip-making renaissance is in grave trouble. This as a result of the company's mounting financial struggles. It creates a potentially damaging setback for the country's most ambitious industrial policy in decades. So writes Mackenzie Hawkins, Bloomberg News U.S. economic and industrial policy reporter. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Mackenzie, Intel is supposed to receive $8.5 billion in grants and $11 billion in loans. That's as a result of the CHIPS Act from 2022, but only if the chip maker meets key milestones. Where is Intel right now in relation to those milestones?
So President Joe Biden went to Intel's factory site in Arizona in March and announced this massive grant and loan package from the CHIPS Act in what could be and would be the program's largest award. And Intel, like more than a dozen other companies that are supposed to receive U.S. government subsidies, is in the middle of a pretty intense due diligence process that comes after reaching that preliminary agreement earlier this year. And once the company signs a final term sheet and hits milestones on each of 4 projects that Intel's CHIPS Act award is supposed to support, they could start to receive funding from the government in the form of a reimbursement for company spending. But Intel has resisted certain due diligence requests from the Biden administration and had a pretty disastrous financial report early last month that calls into question whether the company will ever be able to reach the milestones that would trigger that disbursement in the first place.
So what is the U.S. really looking here when it's examining these milestones? Like, what exactly are the milestones that Intel has to meet?
So the government has been actually pretty quiet on the milestones. They're very bespoke arrangements that go on not just a company by company basis, but a project by project one. So in Intel's portfolio, for example, you have everything from an R&D facility in Oregon to a small packaging project in New Mexico. And each of those facilities have different timelines, different milestones, and different portions of Intel's grant that would fund those projects. But across the board, one of the key metrics for the Biden administration is general commercial viability. And the best way for a company to demonstrate that is by lining up major customers. So if you compare Intel to a company like Taiwan's TSMC, which is widely regarded to have the world's best semiconductor technology and has orders from pretty much every major tech name in the books, Intel doesn't actually have any major customers lined up for its U.S. facilities. It has some interest from companies including MediaTek, Broadcom, and Microsoft, but none of them have reached full production yet. The Commerce Secretary herself actually reached out to executives at NVIDIA and AMD and asked them to consider manufacturing at Intel's Ohio facility, which could become the world's largest chip-making factory if it's fully built out, and neither company plans to do so.
Hey, Mackenzie, how did this story change just in the last month? Because at the beginning of August, Intel reported earnings, and it was the worst single day in decades. As you know, 2 major credit raters downgraded the firm's debt to just a few notches above junk. The chip maker also slashing about 15,000 jobs. How did this story change just in the last month?
So the process that Intel's going through right now, which is the preliminary agreement followed by months of due diligence ahead of a final award, was always the process that the company was going to go through. But of the entire CHIPS Act portfolio, which includes companies like TSMC, Samsung, SK Hynix, Micron, Intel has perhaps seen the biggest change in the company position in the industry from when that preliminary agreement was announced to now. And so we're in a bit of a holding pattern. The Biden administration and just about everybody else are waiting to see what the company will do, and they're set to evaluate options at a mid-September board meeting. So if the company does something like split off its manufacturing division or scale back its global factory plans, that could have an impact on its negotiations with the Biden administration. And to put a finer point on it, and there isn't an indication yet that this is happening, but if the company does decide to pare back any of its U.S. plans specifically, that would almost certainly cause a reduction in its overall CHIPS Act award.
I'm wondering if maybe we can zoom out, just for people who are just tuning in now. Why has Intel not been able to kind of capture that frenzy that there is, at least in the market, for semiconductors? You know, NVIDIA's the top performing stock in the S&P 500. It's been a huge theme this year, and yet we have Intel, which is a very well-known name, and it just hasn't been able to ride that wave. The stock is down something like 60% year to date. Just get us up to speed on exactly what they're missing.
So, you know, Intel is an American technological giant. This is the company that gave Silicon Valley its name. But there have been several years of strategic and technological blunders that CEO Pat Gelsinger came into leadership of the company aiming to turn around with a massive bet on Intel's factory division for factories that are known as foundries in chip speak. But the foundry business has struggled. They posted a $7 billion loss last year, and they missed out on a big AI wave that companies like TSMC have been able to ride. And so now Intel is sort of playing catch up against foreign competitors, and their technology still lags several generations behind the cutting edge. And they've struggled to convince major other players in the industry who get the bulk of their orders for AI chips from the industry leader TSMC to take a bet on their factory processes. So it's a bit of a spiral for Intel right now as they're trying to convince investors, convince the government, and convince industry that their technology is worth taking a bet on.
Mackenzie, on the U.S. side of this, the U.S. government side of this, the support that Intel was set to get from the U.S. government is set to get from the U.S. government. What does the U.S. government want to see? Is this about jobs? Is it about security? Is it about both?
So if we go 30,000 foot and look at the CHIPS Act overall, this was a landmark law that was that President Joe Biden signed just about 2 years ago last month. And the goal is basically to bring manufacturing of these critical electronic components back to the U.S. Chips are in everything you could think of, from a microwave to a phone to a nuclear missile. And for decades, the U.S. has ceded manufacturing leadership to Asia. The pandemic revealed to everybody how important chips are. You know, it was a shortage of even less advanced chips that caused auto supply lines to shut down during COVID. And governments around the world, not just the US, but from the EU to South Korea to Japan to Taiwan to, of course, China has decades of industrial policy in this area, are really doubling down and trying to make sure that they have a stable and secure domestic manufacturing base for both economic and national security. The jobs, of course, are an added bonus, but this isn't a jobs program. The goal is to get the world's top chip makers, and the U.S. has gotten commitments from all of them, including Intel, to build significant manufacturing presence on U.S. soil so that the country can make a fifth of the world's most advanced processors by the end of the decade.
But you say, and you write in your piece, that this is a long process. I mean, you go back to the Obama administration, and Intel was talking with the Obama administration for something that they ended up building and touting during the Trump administration.
That's right. And, you know, one of the big difficulties facing the Biden administration is, you know, they're looking at point in time company financials and market conditions, but this is an intensely cyclical industry. And as much as companies would like to make promises to politicians, you know, they'd love to stand with Biden at a bill signing or go to the Oval Office. The reality is that they're beholden to their shareholders and to their customers. And so you have a strategy employed not just by Intel, but by other major companies as well to build factory shells do what is cost billions of dollars, but is actually the cheap part of the process, and only outfit them with actual equipment when they can see, 6 months down the line, 9 months down the line, exactly what their demand picture is going to look like. And so right now you're starting to see a lot of the signs that you would want to see if the country were going to meet its, decade end goal of making all of these chips at home. But that's in factory construction, not in actual equipment purchases. And so there are a lot of other indicators to watch to see whether companies will actually make good on their production plans in the timelines that they have set out with the administration.
I wanted to talk about that timeline. What do we know about what's next for Intel and how much time they do have before they would be set to receive those billions of dollars in grants?
Intel would love to know the answer to that question. Very active negotiation. There are companies that are quite close, but we haven't actually seen any CHIPS Act money go out the door. All of the announcements, of which there are more than $30 billion committed, have been in the form of these preliminary agreements, like the one that I described, Biden announcing for Intel in March. And so all of the companies are going through due diligence, actively hashing out the specific dollars and cents that are correlated with, X production milestone, X customer commitment. And it's, a very company by company basis. And so really what Intel is feeling right now is not necessarily like, oh, we're worried our CHIPS Act award is going away. That would only happen if their US factories went away. And Intel hasn't made any decision to that effect. But it's about the timing. Intel has a balance sheet that's in pretty dire straits, and they want to get this money as quickly as possible. But that'll only happen if they cooperate with due diligence. They have resisted some requests from the Biden administration so far. And of course, if they actually get their factories off the ground, which requires the company to invest billions of dollars itself.
To what extent does the U.S. government need Intel to succeed? I'm not asking if it's too big to fail, but is it too important to fail?
Intel's crucial to the overall CHIPS Act effort. There are only 3 companies that make the types of advanced processors that the U.S. is really, really focused on in this effort, and that's Intel, Samsung, and TSMC. And both of the latter companies are building factories on U.S. soil, but to get to a fifth of the world's production, especially when governments around the globe are trying to do the same thing, you really need these large-scale commitments like the ones that Intel is making. I mean, they're planning multiple fabs in Ohio and multiple fab expansions in Arizona. So to potentially lose those projects or to see them delayed, which again, we don't really know what's going to happen on that front, would be a pretty massive blow to the overall ambition of the program. Intel's also the only American maker of these chips, which the Pentagon has decided is really crucial for Department of Defense supply chains. And Intel's the sole intended beneficiary of a $3.5 billion program to stand up a secure facility to make semiconductors for military and intelligence purposes. So will the CHIPS Act fail if Intel fails? No. There are hundreds of companies that were interested in the money. More than a dozen awards have already been announced. But it's impossible to overstate how critical Intel's investments are to not just the company's turnaround plan, but also the Biden administration's goals.
Mackenzie Hawkins, Bloomberg News U.S. economic and industrial policy reporter. Up next, it's The Big Take. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Sources tell Bloomberg President Biden is preparing to block Nippon Steel's $14.1 billion takeover of U.S. Steel Corp. Those sources say the proposed deal has been subject to a review by the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, and President Biden plans to kill it as soon as the CFIUS decision lands on his desk. U.S. Steel shares plunging 20%. Shares of Nippon Steel, the ADRs, they're up now by 4.7%. The Fed's Beige Book shows stagnant and declining U.S. economic activity. U.S. stocks lower across the board right now. S&P down 15, drop right now of 0.3%. The Dow down 60, a decline of 0.1%, while NASDAQ down 50, a drop there of 0.3%. 10-year 3.77%. The 2-year also at 3.77%. Gold flat on the day, $24.93 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude now closing in on $69 a barrel. We've got WTI down by about 1.5%. Volvo has abandoned its target to sell only fully electric cars by the end of the decade, and VW is defending plans to consider unprecedented factory closures in Germany. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation says 4 people were killed, at least 9 injured in a shooting at a high school outside of Atlanta. Recapping stocks lower, S&P now down by 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thank you so much for that, Charlie. Do appreciate it. And we also appreciate our new listeners who are tuning in to 92.9 FM in Boston. It is your new source for business news from the financial center of New England. Bloomberg Radio now on 92.9 FM in Boston. Well, it's today's big take. It's also one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal. It's about how the system for deciding asylum cases is failing. And it's not just because it's overwhelmed. The backlog of immigration court cases has grown from about 500,000 in 2016 to more than 3.6 million in June 2024. Pending asylum requests alone accounted for almost 1.3 million of the cases in the backlog at the end of 2023, according to a Bloomberg Business Week analysis. Monty Reel is Bloomberg News senior investigations reporter. He's also the author of several books, including The Last of the Tribe, Between Man and Beast, and A Brotherhood of Spies. He joins us from our Chicago bureau. Check out Monty's story and more from the Bloomberg Big Take on the Bloomberg terminal and at bloomberg.com/Big Take. Monty, there's perhaps no more politically charged subject right now than immigration in the U.S., especially during this presidential campaign season. How does asylum fit into what's happened at America's border in recent years?
Well, thanks for having me. Asylum has become one of the leading ways for people to try to get into the U.S. now. So a lot of times what happens is people come to the border, and over the last several years, the number of people asking for asylum has skyrocketed. So a lot of people come and they have turned themselves in to border officials requesting asylum. And there's a little bit of confusion I found from people about what asylum really is. To qualify for asylum, essentially you're saying that you're being persecuted in your home country by the government that you're fleeing. So you could be being persecuted on as it concerns to your race, to your religion, to your political views, or to another group that you belong to. And in recent years, this has become a way for people to try to gain access into the U.S.
But as your story points out, Monty, it's not just that somebody comes to the border and tells a border official that they're being persecuted in Cuba or in another country in Central or South America or in Africa. They have to prove to an immigration judge somewhere in the country, maybe not even in a border state, that they were persecuted and would be persecuted if they moved back. Your story follows a 29-year-old from Cuba. Tell us about him and how his story illustrates what's going on at the border.
Sure, yeah. His name is Yurande Valdez, and in 2018, he did exactly what you're describing. He showed up at the border. He had experienced a lot of problems in Cuba. His father had come to the United States 2 years earlier in 2016 and legally entered the U.S., and he's now living in Missouri. Urandi was experiencing all sorts of problems with Cuban authorities. He was opposing the government openly there. He had been jailed. He had been beaten in jail. He tried to escape a couple of times on a raft, had gotten caught, jailed again. Finally, in 2018, he made it to the border in Mexico, in the Mexican border with Texas. And he immediately turned himself over to authorities and announced that he would like to apply for asylum. And the first thing that happens in that case, he's given a credible fear interview. And this is just like it sounds. He has to demonstrate that he's afraid to be sent back to his country and that that fear is founded. And so he passed his credible fear interview with border officials. But that essentially entered him into the asylum, into the immigration court system. So he was detained at the border and moved to a detention center operated by ICE in Louisiana. And so what that meant for him was that his immigration court case would be heard by a judge in Louisiana. And as we found out with our data analysis for this story, that decision, where your case is heard, is extremely important when asylum seekers come to determine whether they will actually be granted asylum or not.
So how do the judges actually approve the cases? Do we often see that as more migrants are flooding the border? Are we also seeing more cases being approved?
The number of cases being approved, if you look at the timeline over many years, has remained fairly steady, but the number of people applying for asylum has spiked dramatically. So what happens is his case was then referred to a judge in Louisiana, and it's presented just much like you would imagine any other court case. He presents the evidence for why he should be granted asylum. There is an attorney with the Department of Homeland Security who acts as sort of a prosecutor arguing against it. And then the immigration judge is the one who decides whether he will be granted asylum or denied, which means he'll be deported.
And as you point out in the piece, the immigration judge that he got was somebody who, over a timeline of many, many years, did not approve a single case of asylum, no?
Right, yeah. It was, in fact, for the 11 years before she heard his case, she had heard hundreds of asylum cases and hadn't approved a single one. So it was pretty much, in her courtroom, a guaranteed denial. And what we found in looking at data across the country is that that determination of where you end up in immigration court is hugely important, because if an asylum seeker, for example, went to a court in San Francisco or a court in New York City, the chances of an approval are about 80% that their asylum request will be approved. In that Louisiana court where he was sent, the chances are 80% that he will be denied. So it's an exact opposite, flip case scenario. And in his particular case, he got a judge whose rejection rate, denial rate, over the past decade was actually 100%.
Hey, Monty, we only have about 30 seconds left, but you spoke to a lot of people for this story, including a lot of advocates and people on the side of lawyers for immigrants. What do they see as a way to improve the system? Just 30 seconds.
One way a lot of people point out is that the system right now is under control of the executive branch, which is the president. They would like to see the courts moved to the judicial branch, so like most other courtrooms. They say that would take away some of the political influence and susceptibility.
Check out Monty's story. It's the Bloomberg Big Take. Also, more from the Big Take. You can do that on the Bloomberg terminal and at bloomberg.com/Big Take. Monty Reel is Bloomberg News senior investigations reporter. Check out his story. Check out his books, including The Last of the Tribe. He joins us from our Chicago bureau. We got a little over an hour until markets close. We're seeing a little bit of red. The S&P 500 down 0.3%. Coming up next, we dive into the markets. This is Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, well, the S&P 500 is now down 0.3% after riding a roller coaster today, and not everyone is convinced that market gains will continue for the rest of the year. Buy-side positioning data from Bank of America shows that fund managers are increasingly bracing for a slowdown, all while Wall Street strategists raise their forecasts for where the S&P 500 will end the year. Here to discuss is Alex Semenova, Bloomberg News equities reporter, who joins us in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. So explain to us what is behind this growing divergence between the people who buy stocks and the people who forecast what stocks are going to do.
Yeah, so great to join you guys as always. Basically, there's this big disconnect between the sell side and the buy side. The sell side, people at investment banks whose job it is to make stock recommendations, to devise model portfolio allocations, they are actually more bullish than ever before. So Bank of America data showed that recommended allocations to U.S. equities in a balanced fund are the highest that they were since January 2022. Everyone is saying buy stocks. If you look at Wall Street forecasters, they have been steadily raising their S&P 500 targets all year. Goldman Sachs, UBS are among the firms that have raised targets 3 times, which is highly unusual. But then you look at the buy side, and there is a lot more skepticism emerging. If you look at mutual fund activity, they sold sectors such as materials, energy, consumer discretionary stocks, which reflects a concern about what's ahead for the U.S. economy. And then Bank of America's Global Fund Manager Survey last month, they reported that their risk appetite was basically dropped off from the month before.
Is there typically a divergence between the sell side and the buy side?
Yeah, it's not unusual. You have to consider that they have very different time horizons. They have a different range of clients. On the sell side, they cater to a wider range of clients and have generally a longer time horizon. They look out into the next year. But then on the buy side, they're often doing short-term, medium-term trades. But it's funny because this time last year, the roles were reversed. Sell-side forecasters were extremely pessimistic, incorrectly so. They went into 2023 expecting losses for the S&P 500, which was the first time since 1999 at the time that they had.
They were wrong.
They were very wrong. Yeah. And then on the buy side, portfolio managers, those who have skin in the game, they were looking at rising earnings estimates. They said that the economy was still good, and they were actually super bullish. So kind of a reversal from this time last year.
So Alex and I have both written about how strategists, it seems like every year we're writing a story at the end of the year, the strategist got it wrong.
It is a tough job.
It's a tough job, but
well, is it a tough job? Because are there consequences for getting it wrong, save for one very prominent example?
Yeah, there are. This year proved that there are consequences. Okay. You look at people like Marko Kolanovic, obviously the name that everyone has been talking about in recent months. He lost his job after 19 years at JP Morgan. Mike Wilson got removed from chair as the Global Investment Committee at Morgan Stanley. So there are consequences, but not as high as those who actually have money on the line, who have skin in the game, who have to make trades and look at things in real time.
What's the consensus now? Because we're already up almost 16% on the S&P 500, over 5,500. Do we have a sense of exact targets here? How many more gains are we expecting to see for the rest of the year?
I always pull up my favorite function on the Bloomberg terminal. That's SPX for the S&P 500 and ANR, which has a roundup of all of the banks and where they stand on their targets. So the average right now is 5,487 by the end of the year. We're up from that. So on consensus, kind of flat expectations, but if you look at individual targets, the highest right now from Evercore ISI is 6,000. Generally, strategists are very bullish. That lower number is skewed by JP Morgan, which stands at 4,200, kind of the only bank still implying a big drop.
Are they going to change that?
We're going to see. We're going to have to find out. So far, they've kind of kept that pessimistic, contrarian view that they've been proud of all year.
And then on the other side is Evercore ISI at 6,000.
Julian Emmanuel, who I'd like to point out, actually at some point was very bearish earlier this year and then made a reversal from a price target of 4,750 to 6,000, now the highest on the street.
From the sources you talk to, especially those on the buy side that are more bearish, what exactly are they pointing to? Because a lot of people are saying, oh, we're almost going to have a recession, but Can you get more specific? And we only have about a minute left.
Yeah, so there are increasing concerns about the state of the U.S. economy. Obviously, the stakes are really high for Friday's payroll data after last month kind of shocked markets. So you don't have that AI euphoria and the optimism around the economy that we entered the year with. There's still a lot of hurdles that we need to clear with upcoming data and the U.S. election, and they're kind of looking near term
Okay,
to those
that's
things.
okay. 20 seconds on the election. What are the analysts saying?
So far, no big bold calls on the election at this point. Generally, they are expecting some volatility, but that should clear up as soon as we know who our president is. Markets don't like uncertainty, and as soon as we get an outcome from the election, we should vote well into the rest of the year.
And as we've seen from elections in recent past, we don't always get an outcome on or the day after.
Exactly. That's certainly a risk that a lot of people are starting to price in.
Alex Semenova, Bloomberg News equities reporter, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Taking a look at the S&P 500 right now, it is down 0.3%. 5510 is where you see that. The Dow down a little more than 0.1%. The Nasdaq down 0.4%. That is going to do it for our hour on TV. Bloomberg Business Week continuing though on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and on Bloomberg Originals. We're going to check in with Bloomberg opinion editor Mark Gongloff, and we're going to talk to the CEO of Voltron Data, who's trying to figure out a way to make data centers more efficient. If you're sticking around on TV, The Close is up next. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It's Bloomberg Business Week. That is not Carol Masser. That is Emily Graffeo. She's a Bloomberg News cross-asset team reporter, and she's in for Carol Masser for today and for the rest of the week as Carol gets a little bit of time off. Everybody deserves that every once in a while. Emily, how are you?
I'm wondering why I didn't get to fill in when you guys went to the U.S. Open, because I would have loved to stand in for Carol for that day.
Like, meaning you wanted to go to the U.S. Open?
Didn't you guys do a show from there?
Oh, every year we go for 2 days.
I would have loved
Yeah.
that.
You know, it's funny.
I have a
neither
feeling
of us ever,
Carol-
Neither of us ever take a vacation day the 2 days that we're at the U.S. Open. We
Yeah.
actually plan vacations around it.
Sounds about right.
It's a fun perk of the job.
If one of you guys gets mysteriously sick next year,
Well, you got to get that media pass pretty far ahead of
me
time.
up.
Okay, so you gotta get started on that right now. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, we're streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. We are also available on 92.9 FM in Boston. It is your new source for business news from the financial center of New England. Bloomberg Radio, now on 92.9 FM in Boston. So thank you so much to our listeners up in New England. We got a great program coming up over the next couple of hours. We're going to check in with Mark Gongloff from our Bloomberg Opinion team, who talks about Texas being the new Arizona, and it's not in a good way. We're also going to be covering HPE earnings with Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Analyst Woo Jin Ho. And we're going to talk retirement and what we're getting wrong about retirement with Sal Capizzi over at Dunham & Associates Investment Counsel. Get a little bit of a hint. People are living longer these days, and that's an issue when planning retirement. All that and more over the next 2 hours on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie.
All right, I thank you very much, Tim and Emily. Lots going on, and we've got you covered. President Biden preparing to block Nippon Steel's $14.1 billion takeover of U.S. Steel Corp. This, according to sources. Right now, U.S. Steel shares, they are plunging by 19.7%. The potential acquirer, Nippon Steel, it is up on this report, up by about 2.7%. Treasury yields tumbled after data showed a further slowdown in the U.S. labor market, boosted Wall Street's bets on Federal Reserve rate cuts. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. S&P down 19, now at 55.09, drop of 0.3%. We have got the Dow down 75, drop there of 0.2%. NASDAQ lower by 70, a decline of 0.4%. 0.6%. 10-year, 3.76%. We have got the 2-year, 3.76%. Gold, little changed, up 60 cents the ounce, $24.93. While West Texas Intermediate crude oil, WTI down 1.9%, $69.04 a barrel. Federal Reserve this afternoon issued its U.S. economic survey known as the Beige Book, and it is less than encouraging. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del
The
Giudice.
Fed says economic growth stalled or slowed across much of the country. Consumer spending, which powers America's economy, lost momentum while factories continued to struggle. U.S. job growth held steady for the most part, and inflation continued to show signs of moderating. Fed officials are widely expected to cut interest rates at this month's policy meeting. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Briefly, Verizon Communications said to be in advanced talks to acquire rival telecom operator Frontier Communications. So we have got shares of Frontier surging 36.1%, Verizon down 3.8%. Dollar Tree shares plunging 25% after lowering its full-year guidance as consumers remain cautious in their spending. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 21, drop right now of 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update. Charlie Pellet with the Bloomberg Business Flash. As he mentioned, the S&P down 0.4%, the NASDAQ down 0.5 percentage point, the Dow down 0.2%. Emily, did you think that we'd be seeing kind of a, I don't want to call it a meh day in the markets, but after yesterday, it's a little bit muted?
I mean, I'm not surprised to see markets taking a breather in September. I think I've read like 15 notes this week saying this is expected. You know, September is a very bad month for stocks. So I'm not too surprised, especially after the strong August that we had, the strong rebound in August.
What about you, Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg News Chief Markets Correspondent, who's here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio with us?
What an introduction.
That was an
Very
introduction, right?
smooth.
It was a 3-person intro, 4 if we count Charlie. Is it surprising to see a little bit of a breather after yesterday's action?
Well, it depends where you're looking. I don't know that today is as much of a breather as it seemed earlier, because at this point, if you take a look at NVIDIA, the shares on the day now down again. They had been down initially, then they were up, and right now they're down 1.7%. So
it was going to be a gainer of mine, but now it's going to be a
now it's
decliner.
not. Now it's
Okay.
down 5 days in a row, the worst stretch going back to September of 2022. The markets themselves, the S&P 500 right now down about 0.4%, the NASDAQ down 0.5%, the SOX down ever so slightly. So some companies are balancing out NVIDIA. It's interesting, actually, the bank's down 1.1%. So I don't know that today is a breather relative to yesterday's 3% decline on the NASDAQ and 2% decline in the S&P 500. Yes, it's definitely not as much. Is it surprising to me? What I would say is yesterday's decline into today's volatile action surprising? No, but not for the reasons of the 15 notes in Emily's box, the seasonality, which I was talking about with on another program yesterday. And, you know, I've never quite understood that, but one of the hosts, Joe Matthew, was saying, you know, getting back to school and that sort of thing. So I made it's the equivalent, the annual equivalent of Monday. I don't know if that is what it is, but I don't think that is what's behind this selling. This selling is pent up, and it started back in July. It actually started much earlier. You have this ridiculous rally in NVIDIA in particular. I'm looking at a 2-year chart. At this time 2 years ago, it was, let's call it a $17 stock. Now it is greater than $100 stock, and that's after, you know, falling more than 30%. But what's happening today is that yen, it's down, the dollar yen down 1.1%, so now down significantly over the last couple of days. Today on the U.S. data, and as we were talking about yesterday, that means that there's no longer that cheap money, that cheap liquidity available to fuel all of these stocks. So today there's not an outright sell-off, but there's a pause because of that. The yen had not been all that strong earlier today.
It's interesting when you go cross-asset, too, because we are seeing yields lower, the 2-year down almost 10 basis points.
Yeah.
And earlier today, when the stock market was higher, I was on Bloomberg Technology explaining to Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde, you know, market stocks like the fact that now the Fed is going to be more dovish because the labor market data was weaker, so now we'll probably get more outsized rate cuts, and so stocks like that. And now, of course, we're seeing that reverse. I mean, how are you thinking about?
Well, so it's interesting as you say this. So the data pushed yields down. That is actually also what pushed dollar yen down or the haven yen higher. But let's remember, the yen is a haven currency. currency, so that's higher. Bonds are a haven asset class, so there's another way of looking at it, divorcing it from the Fed. We've gotten so used to thinking about it in terms of Fed liquidity, but if we think about it from an actual asset allocation standpoint, people are selling risk and they're buying safety. If this dynamic continues, it's not great. And again, it's been pent up for a couple of months now, or even much longer. It's been pent up as long as this dollar yen had been soaring, now starting to move lower. I do believe technically it's confirmed, or it's not confirmed, I should say, but it's on its way to being confirmed, most likely, for 130. If that happens, that is going to create an air pocket for risk assets, similar to July, early August.
What happens between now and the election based on the folks you're talking to?
That's interesting. I think that it would be really difficult to game that out in a meaningful way. I think the thing that we do know is uncertainty. We don't really have a great idea of policy for either candidate, so in some ways from that standpoint, it doesn't matter all that much, but the former president, Donald Trump, he of course has talked about the idea that he may cut corporate taxes down to 15%. If nothing happens, I think it goes, that 2017 Tax Act, it expires next year and it goes back above, I think, 30%. Joe Biden had been talking about 28%. I don't know where Kamala Harris is. Of course, there was a piece out earlier today saying that she's going to walk back Joe Biden's proposal for doubling capital gains taxes. So it sounds as though both of these candidates, to the degree that they're talking policy, it is more pocketbook oriented. But I think it's tough to know. I think that in some ways this is going to sound a little bit wilder, at least it is as I say it. It almost doesn't matter in a way, and the VIX is reflecting that. I mean, something about the VIX right now, it's back in backwardation. Spot VIX is at, let me find it on my screen. So it's at 21.94, and then October-November VIX is closer to 18. So 18, that reflects the uncertainty around the election, whereas the current risk, it should not be that way. Future risk should be higher than current risk, whereas current risk is seen as higher. So the election is a factor not as much playing into the game right now.
Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg News Chief Markets Correspondent here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Abigail said uncertainty. Typically, when you go to the faucet in the U.S. and you turn it on, Emily, there's water there.
It's usually clean.
And it's usually clean. It's usually available. That's not the case everywhere in the country, as Mark Gongloff knows very closely. He writes that Texas is the new Arizona, and not in a good way. For some reason, Americans keep migrating relentlessly toward the climate crisis instead of away from it. People escaping wildfires and high housing prices in, say, California, Mark writes, are moving into the path of new disasters with fresh opportunities for financial ruin. Mark Gongloff is a Bloomberg opinion editor and columnist who covers climate change. He joins us this afternoon. Mark, why are you writing that Texas is turning into the new Arizona? What's the data that you're looking at?
Well, if you look at a chart, a list of the top 5 or 10 cities, fastest growing cities in the country over the past year, Austin suburbs make up 3 out of the top 4 and 5 out of the top 10, 6 out of the top 10, something like that. So people are rushing there. There was a town, the Wall Street Journal profiled recently, the second fastest growing town in the country, a place called Kyle. It's about 66,000 people there now. And another place, there are places up and down the I-35 corridor that are filling up with people that are leaving places like California, running away from wildfires and higher housing costs and seeking greener pastures. But they're coming into these places, which are very much like Arizona. Also on that list of fastest growing places are suburbs of Phoenix. And as we all kind of know, I think at this point, one of the big problems Phoenix has had is running out of water. Well, it turns out, as the Journal noted in its profile of Kyle, these Texas towns are running out of water too.
How does a town run out of water?
Well, it starts with huge droughts. I mean, all of West Texas has been in a drought for months now. There's a lake in the town where I was born, San Angelo, Texas, out in West Texas, that is now at 0.8% capacity, which is basically not a lake anymore. You go to Getty Images and you'll see all these pictures of just dead fish. Not all the lakes in West Texas are that bad, but there are reservoirs around the San Antonio, Austin, going up that I-35 corridor that are running low on water. And places like Kyle that are filling up with people all of a sudden are finding they don't have enough water to meet the needs of all those people. And so the local utility is building a $250 million pipeline to pump water from an aquifer 40 miles away to provide water to Kyle, but it's also providing that same water to places in San Antonio and other parts of Austin. And so that might last them maybe 10 or 20 years, and then they'll be back at square one.
As you wrote right in your piece, many people take out mortgages that are 30-year mortgages, so maybe the water won't even last as long as they're paying off their home, Mark. The question remains for me why people continue to move to areas where indeed why banks will even support loans in areas such as these.
Well, right now it hasn't been a problem so far, but the issue could be that down the road, and it's not as dramatic a problem as say floods in Florida. Texas has its own flooding problem. Texas, as a matter of fact, has had more billion-dollar disasters than any other state in the country since 1980, more than Florida or California or Louisiana. So it's got flooding issues and wildfire issues and all that. Some of the same problems that Florida and California have. It just has sort of all of them, but it also has Arizona's water problems. If a town or if a housing development doesn't have water, that may not necessarily be a problem for the banks. People are going to go buy the houses, but the problem will come when they go to try to sell the house, and they find that nobody's willing to buy it because it doesn't have any water. So it's not a problem yet, but it's a problem down the road, and it's a question of who is going to bear the cost of either building up this infrastructure to provide all this water to people, or raising water prices enough that you sort of start to discourage all of this development.
You spoke to a University of Texas climate scientists about how climate change is affecting Texas and how it's molding Texas into the new Arizona. What exactly did this professor have to say to you?
So if you look at a picture of Texas, just look at a map of Texas, like go to Google Maps, pull it up. You'll notice that the west side of Texas is dry and arid, and the east side is all nice and green and lush. This is like right down the 100th parallel, which is sort of like right down the Texas Panhandle, is where it has typically been divided into West and East Texas. And the west side is part of the Southwest of America, which includes Arizona. The east side is sort of this part of the Southeast, the hot, humid, but wet Southeast. That line, climate change has driven that dividing line further and further to the east over the years, because hotter air dries out the ground and sucks all the moisture out of the ground. And so you get things that were sort of like on the borderline are turning into desert, and the borderline is moving further and further to the east, and it's going to start bumping up. This professor told me, and you can kind of see it starting to happen now, it's going to bump up against that very I-35 corridor that I was talking about that goes all the way from Laredo down at the border, where the Rio Grande is also running out of water, and the communities along the Rio Grande have these problems too. But as you go up the I-35 corridor all the way to Dallas, which includes San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, about 12 million people living in this metro area right now, that dividing line between desert and lush, fertile farmland is moving right over that I-35 line, and that includes running out of water for these, 12 million, possibly 24 million people by 2050.
One thing that I think is a little on the nose with the subject of Texas is if you look at where energy production comes from in the U.S., the Texas economy is very reliant, of course, on oil and extraction of oil. Also, as you point out in your piece, renewables as well. Is there a way to link energy extraction with potentially reversing what we're seeing in the state?
Oh, totally. I mean, and this gets at the heart of the problem, is that fossil fuels drive the entire economy there in Texas, and so it is very hard, impossible in my mind, to get politicians to say, oh, you know what, maybe we should stop burning this stuff that pays our bills. But it is also the biggest state in the country for solar and wind power. And so there's a real opportunity there. There are a couple of opportunities here that can rely more and more on wind and solar power and help with that transition, even if whether they kind of want to or not, they're already helping with that transition. So that's a hopeful thing. The second thing is, rather than looking at this as a big nightmare and a problem, is that they can start to address their water issues now and get ready for this supposed doubling of the population that's going to happen over the coming decades by building up their water infrastructure, by using water more efficiently, by taking a sort of water scarcity mindset that the people in Arizona have had for many decades already, because they know what it's like to live without water. Texas wastes 129 billion gallons of water a year, which is enough to flood Austin, Texas in 2 feet of water, just by leaky pipes. So fix those leaky pipes and you've solved part of your water problem. So there are things that they can do, but it will take money and political will to do that.
All right, we'll see if that happens. In the meantime, Mark Ongloff will continue to document it for Bloomberg Opinion. Mark, check out his columns at Bloomberg.com.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. U.S. stocks right now just about worst level of the day, right to the numbers with the S&P at 55.09. We've got the index down by 19 points, a drop now of 0.4%. Again, session lows on the S&P. The Dow down 44, drop there of 0.1%. And NASDAQ trading lower by 78 points, down by about 0.5%. 10-year 3.76%, with a 2-year also at 3.76%. Gold little changed, up $1 the ounce to $24.94, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.9%, $69 even for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, stocks lower, Treasury yields tumbled after data showed a further slowdown in the U.S. labor market, boosted bets on Fed rate cuts. Stocks trading lower again today after yesterday's 2.1% drop for the S&P 500 index. So what happened? Quincy Crosby is Chief Global Strategist at LPL Financial.
The question is, what caused it? What caused it? Was it folks paying, tuition bills for college or private, elementary schools and high schools? Or was it portfolio managers coming in and saying, you know what? Maybe I should start locking in some gains for my annual performance.
Quincy Crosby interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. NVIDIA shares, they are trading lower again today, down another 2% after yesterday's 9.5% plunge. At least 4 people were killed, multiple others injured after a gunman opened fire at a high school about 50 miles northeast of Atlanta. 9 people injured, according to the AP. Appalachia High School, which has about 2,000 students and staff, had resumed classes early last month following summer break. Police say a person is in custody, but they gave no further information regarding the suspect or a possible motive. We'll have more on that developing story coming up with our Amy Morris here on Bloomberg Business Week. So again, recapping, red on the screen, S&P right now lower by about 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Data centers and transmission networks each account for up to 1.5% of global consumption. That's according to the International Energy Agency. Together, they're responsible for emitting about as much carbon dioxide as Brazil annually. So over the summer, we learned that new data centers planned for Silicon Valley have the potential to add 3.5 gigawatts of demand for electricity. This according to PG&E. It's more than the output of 3 nuclear power plants. Emily, needless to say, all of this computing power is using a lot of energy. Josh Patterson is trying to do more with less at Voltron Data, where he's CEO and co-founder. It's an analytics software startup backed by firms including BlackRock, Alphabet's GV, Lightspeed, and more. Josh joins us from Charleston, South Carolina. Josh, good to have you with us. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. You were at NVIDIA for about 4 years before you co-founded Voltron Data. What was the problem that you saw when you were at NVIDIA that you set out to solve?
Absolutely. At NVIDIA, I joined specifically to drive GPU acceleration in data analytics. Prior to NVIDIA, I was at Accenture Tech Labs, and we were working on cybersecurity challenges. And what we realized is we had the algorithmic and systems technology to solve really large-scale threat detection, but it was prohibitively expensive. Moving parts of the software stack to NVIDIA GPUs allowed us to shrink different parts of it down tremendously, moving from 40 servers to a single server and being much more energy efficient and faster, moving graph analytics from 30 minutes to 30 seconds. And so after that, we really caught this bug. How can we GPU accelerate all of data analytics? How can we help bring GPUs in data systems? And that's what I joined NVIDIA for. There, I created the Rapids.ai ecosystem. It's all the modular and composable building blocks for building software for data analytics, machine learning, graph analytics, et cetera, on NVIDIA GPUs. And our whole goal was data is going to keep growing. And so we know we have to be able to analyze that data faster, cheaper, and with less energy.
Okay, so help us understand maybe in...
I mean, I get it. Come on. Just kidding.
In maybe simple terms, if you had to explain this to, someone, your elevator pitch, or, explaining this to your grandma, what exactly is a GPU and what exactly is Voltron, producing here that is reducing the energy consumption that these big data centers take
Absolutely. And so the first thing I would do is always do a, kind of an analogy. We know for a fact that NVIDIA GPUs are the leaders in AI. AI would be, prohibitively expensive. It would be borderline impossible without the innovation, from V100 to A100 to H100, and now the B100s coming out soon. And, GPUs are essentially these multi-core chips that allow you to do parallel data processing a lot faster, a lot more energy efficient. And it's been the building blocks of graphics, high performance computing, autonomous vehicles, and AI, as we all know. What we're doing is we're taking that exact same speed up and we're applying it to databases. And when you think about a database, it has 3 layers. You have how you store data, how you manage data, how you actually do compute on the data, and then how you talk to that data system, your APIs. How do you send instructions? And so what we do at Voltron Data that is pretty unique is we run that database compute. So not the data warehousing, not how you store data, not how you index and sort data, but the actual how do you join tables together, how you do group bys. Think about all the things that you do in Excel, but just at a much, much larger level. Instead of megabytes of data, we're talking about terabytes of data. And we do that running on NVIDIA GPUs. We primarily focus on that middle layer, just the compute, and we allow people to bring their own APIs to our engine. And that allows that integration to be a lot faster and more seamless. And so whether you're using one of the myriad of SQL dialects, a Python data frame API, a Java data frame API like Spark, you can send your existing code to our query engine that then grabs data from your data lake and analyzes that data really, really fast. And so, essentially we can take workloads that used to take 200 servers and we can run them on 2 servers.
Wow.
And it's faster. And that's how we get to these, pretty, amazing energy reductions today.
Where are the servers that you're running these queries on?
Both in the cloud and on-premise. We have customers who do air-gapped on-premise installations. So think about, your Department of Defense and your intelligence community agencies, as well as, high-frequency trading firms where, for a myriad of privacy reasons, they don't want, their data centers having free access to the internet. Traditional data centers that you would find in, Fortune 500 organizations, your top banks, retailers, et cetera, as well as in the cloud. And so we can run our software across all major clouds. The only prerequisite is NVIDIA GPUs. That is the backbone of what Theseus runs on. And then from a kind of a big data, how do you schedule and orchestrate it? We use Kubernetes, which is the foundations of cloud native technology. So we're cloud native and we're accelerator native. We're built from the ground up to fully leverage NVIDIA GPUs, accelerated networking, and storage.
So how's business so far? What kind of customers do you have? And have you seen, I guess, an increase in them? Because I know you're a new company.
We're a new company. We were founded in 2021, but we didn't really launch Theseus until this March at NVIDIA GTC. And that's where we released our benchmarks, showing that we can scale to hundreds of terabytes of data with single-digit number of servers. Business is doing well. We've signed some really great deals with a few of the intelligence agencies, a very large commercial bank, one of your Fortune 100, top 5 banks. And we also have about a dozen customers that we're doing enterprise support and advisory for around open source software. And so think about your high frequency trading firms, Snowflake, and others are customers of our enterprise support. And these two things work very graciously together. So first, we help people use existing open source software as efficiently as possible. And that is things like Apache Arrow and IBIS and Substrate and Parquet. And so they can build these better data lakes. They can build interoperability. They can have these, more efficient composable systems, but it also allows them to more graciously upgrade to these GPU accelerated query engines when they're ready. And so both sides of our business really is revolving around how do people do more with less? How do they, continue to use their existing code? How can they leverage best practices in open source to drive enterprise value today?
Josh, you're based in South Carolina. Is your company in South Carolina?
We are fully geographically distributed. We have engineers from Japan to Australia the long way. Probably about 2/3 in the US, 1/3 global, and pretty distributed across the US.
Is that
pretty high concentration?
You see that as an advantage? I mean, when we talk about companies such as yours, Silicon Valley is the geographic location that certainly comes to mind for a lot of these companies.
So when our company was born, it was born out of a kind of an amalgamation of some of the world's best talent in hardware engineering, software engineering, database design, high performance computing, as well as NVIDIA GPU know-how. And that talent is very rare. And so if we wanted to move everyone to one place, it would have been expensive. And so this was one of the ways that we could really keep our costs as low as possible while building the world's best engineering team, and it allowed us to build this really amazing engine. I would say faster and more capital efficiently than ever before historically. Typically, people spend 4 to 5 times as much building a data system than we did, and that's really because even from our time at NVIDIA, we were geographically distributed. Right. Some of our leadership team. And we've been, fully remote, probably some of us since 2016. Mm-hmm. So even pre-COVID. And so this was a working model that we were very used to. It's very common in open source, and we leverage it to our advantage.
Josh, come back and visit us again. Really appreciate you joining us. Josh Patterson, he is co-founder and CEO at Voltron Data. Let's get the latest on that deadly shooting in Georgia. We go live now to the Bloomberg Breaking News Desk with Amy Morris in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation now says 4 people are dead. At least 9 are injured after that shooting this morning at Appalachia High School. This is in Winder, Georgia, near Athens. Police say they do have a suspect in custody, but all we know about the suspect is that he or she is a teenager. Officials say they are still working to determine if that person is affiliated with the school. We are also expecting an update from the sheriff there, Sheriff Judd Smith. That should be coming to us within the hour. And as we get more on this developing situation, of course, we're going to bring it to you. From the Bloomberg Breaking News Desk, I'm Amy Morris. Let's get back now to Bloomberg Business Week with Tim Stenovec and Emily Grafeo.
Thank you so much, Amy. Do appreciate that update. Emily, I'm taking a look at the markets as we do get less than a half hour to go of trading on the U.S. equity market. The S&P 500 down 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite down close to 0.4%. Taking a look at the NASDAQ 100, down about 0.2%. Coming up next, we're driving to the close. You are listening to and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red. We got 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Right now, let's head over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are churning after yesterday's sell-off. The Dow currently down 10 points. S&P's dropped 14, and the NASDAQ is off by 0.3%. The U.S. 10-year yield falls to 3.76%. Gold is little changed. Oil is under pressure. And Bitcoin, that's down by 0.6%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only consumer staples and utilities were in the green. Tech, telecom, and energy were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Boeing and Travelers, while Verizon fell 3.9% and led to the downside. In the chip space, NVIDIA fell another 2% after Tuesday's 10% drop. And in deal news, Biden to block the U.S. steel deal, shares are down 17%. Wrapping things up, some of the names pointing up to the bill tonight include C3AI and Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. We got you covered on those earnings. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUAWK, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. A shooter at a Georgia high school killed 4 people and injured at least 9 today, sending students scrambling for shelter in their classrooms and eventually to the football stadium as officers swarmed the campus and parents raced to find out if their children were safe. A suspect is in custody. Again, recapping stocks lower. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, it's time for Drive to the Close with Thomas Raymond, investment management partner at Callan Family Office. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So,
the magnitude of NVIDIA's decline the other day. But NVIDIA is not another Netscape. There is a clear difference between that company and what we saw in the tech craze and the tech bubble. Right? I mean, the earnings and revenue numbers that we've seen are 100% growth year over year. It's not the same, right? So kind of put everyone's mind at ease. It is not the same. But what we are seeing, and one of the theories that we've kind of had was that there's going to be a shift from AI producer to AI consumer, and the various benefits from that. And that could unlock a huge productivity and innovation wave.
Are we seeing that yet with S&P 500 companies? I mean, every quarter I'm like listening on these calls to hear about how a company that's not an NVIDIA, for example, that's not actually producing the products or, building the services that is doing this analysis are actually using these tools to improve their bottom line.
Yes, you are, in some unlikely places. Okay. So Walmart, let me give you an example. Walmart is not typically considered a tech company, but you look at what they said, their CEO said in their most recent earnings announcement. And by the way, they outperformed on an earnings basis. They said that they were able to catalog 850 million of their items through the use of large language models, AI. Right? It would have taken them 100 times their workforce to replicate that work in just a fraction of a time. That's just one example. That is Walmart. Visa was another one. A couple years ago, they saved $25 billion in fraud detection from the use of AI. There are a lot of examples out there of companies that you don't think are tech companies, but man, they start to look like them. And there is this push to be more asset light. And more clear evidence of this is earnings growth, right? In the first quarter, the Mag 7 names had earnings growth of just those 7 companies of 50% plus earnings growth year over year. The rest, the other 493 companies, down 2%. In the second quarter, there's been a convergence. There's been a normalization of the earnings growth from the Mag 7 names and growth on the bottom line. The delta now is around 20 some odd % because the Mag 7 earnings growth came down. But the rest of those other 493 companies started to go up. So it is an earnings story, right? The cost savings that you get immediately accrues to your bottom line when you embrace this, embrace AI.
So where does that leave big tech then? Because you're still seeing a big appetite to buy those Apples, Alphabets, Microsofts, and when you look at how much of NVIDIA's customer base is those companies, they do make up a large portion. So do you hold? Do you sell that area?
Well, time horizon is the controlling factor in this, right? For those that have the ability to embrace the volatility along the way, tech is it's not going away. It will be a bumpy ride. But let's just fast forward into a couple years and all these upstream effects from AI. Take the robotaxi. We're here in New York. I don't see any robotaxis just yet.
Yeah.
But they're in San Francisco.
You can't walk a step. You can't walk a block in San Francisco without seeing a Waymo.
Yeah, but that's not possible without AI. And we're not necessarily endorsing the Teslas and the Waymos and the Baidus of the world, but having staple positions in tech into those AI and those companies that are embracing it, it's something you need to have, but you got to have the perspective and the time horizon to support it.
Okay, speaking of perspective, everybody's favorite topic, politics, the election coming up. We've got a couple months until, wow, that's crazy, actually, when I say it like that. A couple months until the election.
Literally a couple.
Yeah, literally a couple months. How do you see that as a risk out there?
So I've heard there's going to be an election as well. And I'm in a swing state. I'm in Pennsylvania, so I hear.
So every other ad you see.
Every other ad is a political ad. How we're approaching it is, there's going to be it feels like a toss-up, but to make an investment bet predicated upon a certain election outcome never really works well. What we would reshape the narrative to is some of the sure things, right? Some of the more certain items that are about to come about. One being interest rates, right? We know interest rates are going to come down. The path is clear, whether it's 25 or 50, that's up for discussion, but we know it's going to come down. We see Fed fund futures. It's going, and we've had a Fed that's committed to transparency and open communications and proactive communications. We know interest rates are going down. That's one certainty that will play out, irrespective of who wins in November. The other certainty is we're still going to see a lot of unspent government dollars, right? There's $1 trillion. There's $1 trillion of unspent federal dollars that's still out there from the Inflation Reduction Act and things like that. That's still coming. There's still going to be a federal spend that's going to influence the economy. So there's some sure things that are out there. We would always advise not to have political ideology influence an investment decision. It tends not to work out well. Try to kind of reorient and make decisions based off those more certain things that we see coming.
We have a big payrolls report coming on Friday, and we also got labor market data today that showed a weakening labor market. How are you thinking about jobs in the U.S. right now and how it impacts markets?
Well, it's that derivative effect into Fed policy. And the reality is from the economy, from an economic standpoint, what we saw when rates went up, we saw that the economy isn't as sensitive to rates as we once saw. There's 25% of homeowners refinanced when we had ultra low rates. Now, the opposite effect will hold true. We might not get that juice when rates start to come down from an economic standpoint. We will get it from a lot of, from a financial market standpoint. A lot of companies that have floating rate debt, typically small caps, smaller companies as compared to larger companies, they'll benefit somewhat more directly from that. So it's the economy from a rates perspective, and then there's the financial market effect.
You're saying we might not see pent-up demand because a lot of people already have low mortgages?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
Yeah, well, a lot of folks out there, I forget the statistic, it's like something like 80% of people have sub 4% or something like sub 5%. I don't know. It was. Yeah. I don't have the stat off the top of my head, but it is a large number of people. And remember, that's fixed. So
it's over 20 million homeowners refinanced to ultra low rates. So it kind of that dynamic has desensitized rates to the broader economy at large and spending. So the jobs report, it's meaningful, but in terms of where rates are going and that interplay, I think there might be an overstatement of where things can go.
Thomas Raymond, investment management partner at Callan Family Office, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We got about 10 minutes to go to the close of equity trading. The Dow is higher, but the S&P 500 down by 0.1%. The NASDAQ composite down a little more than 0.2%. Stocks off their worst levels of the day. This is Business Week.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Emily Griffeo. I'm Tim Stenivek. Emily in for Carol Masser on this Wednesday, September 4th. Taking a look at the equity market, I don't want to call it a snoozer.
No.
But based on, or compared to what we saw yesterday,
Right.
a little bit of a breather. We saw a little bit of searching for direction today, too.
Do you know what's interesting, though?
What?
I'm looking at, there's a
Tell me.
basket of the most shorted stocks
Okay.
from
How do I
Goldman
get there?
Sachs. The ticker, well, it's a little complicated, Tim.
I got it.
Um,
I got it
but
by
it's-
looking at your screen.
Right. It's up
GS,
0.6% of
CBM,
1%.
SAO.
Yeah, that's usually like and then they have another basket of profitless tech stocks, and that's also in the green. And so I'm curious why these kind of speculative areas of the market are higher when S&P 500 is down, NASDAQ is down, Bitcoin, Ether are also lower, but sometimes those are just maybe.
Do you always have these up on your screen, like these two tickers? Like keep an eye on them?
I do.
That's
Well, I have a lot of tickers on
Yeah.
my screen, so I was just looking for what was green, and that was kind of the only
smart. I like that.
thing. Actually, the Dow is, well, basically unchanged, so.
Yeah, we care about the Dow here. Interestingly enough.
Yeah, it's not that many
I know,
companies.
you
Tim.
always tell me. Nobody
just-
cares. Hey, one thing that I wanted to talk a little bit about is what we're seeing when it comes to tax policy and what we're seeing when it comes to policies from different presidential candidates. We are learning more about what Vice President Kamala Harris is thinking, at least when it comes to capital gains and taxes. Vice President Kamala Harris called for a 28% capital gains tax rate on people earning $1 million or more, touting it as a measure that would ensure the wealthy paid their fair share as she sought to detail her economic agenda and draw a contrast with her Republican rival, Donald Trump. Here's what she said. While we ensure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share, we will tax capital gains at a rate that rewards investment in America's innovators, founders, and small businesses, Harris said Wednesday at an event in Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
And so this proposal falls short of the 39.6% rate that President Joe Biden has embraced. So it marks her efforts to chart an economic vision, I guess, separate from the sitting president in an election in which voters' skepticism of the administration's handling of the economy threatens to weigh down her ticket. And the current capital gains tax rate is 20%. So this would still be an increase, but not as much of an increase that Biden backs.
But an increase only for people who are making over $1 million
Right.
a year. So on earned income of $1 million a year. So there is that element to it that it taxes not just anyone who sells stocks, but only people who sell stocks that are making $1 million a year or more.
Wealthy corporations, she's looking for them to pay their fair share.
She also detailed plans to expand small business tax relief for entrepreneurs. Her blueprint calls for increasing the small business tax deduction for startup costs tenfold to $50,000 from $5,000. She's also setting a goal of 25 million new small business applications in the first term of a potential Harris administration. It's a tally that would surpass the record 19 million so far under President Biden.
And she's proposing measures to cut red tape for startups, such as developing a standard deduction to save business owners time when filing their taxes and easing barriers to occupational licenses to allow workers and businesses to ply their trades across state lines. Tim, this is a pretty extensive article, and I feel like for a while everyone has been talking about how we haven't heard much about Kamala's policies, but this article here by Kayla Gardner and Jennifer Epstein of Bloomberg News does actually go into some details and some numbers here.
Yeah, for his part, Trump has called for a series of tax cuts on corporations, individuals, and retirees. Whoever wins the White House in November will contend with a major tax bill next year, with parts of the 2017 tax cuts from Trump on households and small businesses set to expire at the end of 2025. Well, we're just a couple minutes away from the close of trading on this Wednesday. The S&P 500 down 0.1%, the Dow higher by 0.1%, the NASDAQ down 0.2%. Coming up next, it's our cross-platform coverage. We're joined by our Bloomberg TV to count you down to the closing bell.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Alex Steele, taking you to the closing bell. A global simulcast starts right now. Scarlett Fu joining us in the TV studio. Tim Stenovic in the radio booth. Emily Grafeo filling in today for Carol Masser. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube here on day 2 of the great sell-off, Tim Stenovic. Sell-off, at least for the S&P 500.
Yeah.
It is 1/10 of 1%.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, not so great if you're measuring it that way. I think that's important, though. It's a choppy session, sort of, I think, surprising to folks who saw, what happened yesterday into the close. I don't want to steal Alex's thunder, but I think the real action today, Emily, was in the bond market.
Oh, that hurts.
I'm sorry. It's just a deep tease, okay?
We'll let Alex get to the volatility and the action in the bond market, but I don't know how surprising the sell-off is, just given the seasonality in September. It is historically a weak month for stocks.
It is historically a weak month, and maybe that's creating the situation that we're in, where people expect it to be a weak month, so they sell off in anticipation of that at the start of the month, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Nonetheless, you do have headlines that aren't helping, whether it's the JOLTS report or whether it's stuff out of Washington with Joe Biden, for instance, reportedly planning to nix the Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel deal.
Well, also, and we'll get to bonds in a second, but not to forget too that if you had funds re-lever in the last few weeks of August, had they now closed out some of those positions and sort of had to sell then into the move?
All right, well, this is kind of a topsy-turvy type of day here that we saw in the market for all of the major indices. Most of them actually did open in the red, but spent a significant amount of the session in the green. The net result of it, though, is a relatively flat day. A Dow Jones Industrial Average is going to finish in the green, but only by about 26 or 30, we'll call it about 40 points here as we wait for these numbers to settle. That's only about 0.1%. The S&P 500 also down about 10 points or about 0.2%, while the NASDAQ Composite is going to finish lower by roughly 50 points or 0.3%. Your Russell 2000, there it is on the screen, 4 points down, or about 0.2%.
Taking a look at the S&P 500, not quite an even split between gainers and decliners in there. We did see 243 stocks advance today. We did see 259 stocks move lower.
Yeah, pretty even split too when you look at the sector performers in the S&P 500. Utilities, consumer staples, and REITs are the best performers, so clearly a move to more defensive sectors in terms of gainers. And in terms of decliners, energy stocks down 1.4% as oil prices fall to their session lows. Materials and tech each off by at least 0.4%.
Okay, let's take a look at some of those stocks that did move higher. I want to start with Mondelez International. Actually had its best day in more than 4 years.
Oh, Oreos.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Higher by 4%.
Wow.
This is after the CFO, Luca Zaramella, said during the Barclays Global Consumer Staples Conference that the company's executives feel, quote, quite good about the back half of the year. I think you will be pleased with the numbers you're going to see in the third quarter. He said that July and August trends were good in Europe, and in the U.S., the most recent numbers on category and share performance were also good. Shares climbing by more than 4%
Did you know they make
today.
an Oreo cereal, and it's literally just little cookies, like in a box?
Don't tell the kids that.
That sounds
Don't
great.
tell me
I
that.
was never allowed to eat any of that stuff
Me neither.
when I was a kid.
So deprived we were.
Yeah, and guess what? I don't let my kids eat that stuff either, so what goes around comes around, I guess. I don't know. Wow,
It's also gross,
tough
but
house out there.
anyway.
No, it sounds really good. I don't know about you guys.
I'm not even going to get you started on what they serve in schools here, because apparently you can get, chocolate milk in your cereal, but it's fine. Frontier Communications is another stock that did end up moving higher today. Fiber US, FYBR, is the ticker there. This is a result of some potential M&A happening. Look at that, more than 37% to the upside, 38% to the upside if we round that up. Verizon has advanced talks to acquire rival telecom operator Frontier Communications Parent Incorporated, according to a person familiar with the negotiations. An all-cash deal between I'm never going to reveal the sources. I have no idea. Do you know who it is, Roman?
No.
Yeah. I will say that an all-cash deal between the two companies could be announced as soon as Thursday. A representative for Frontier declined to comment. A spokesperson for Verizon didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. Bloomberg News reported this and earlier reported by the Wall Street Journal. And then we were covering GitLab results yesterday after the bell. Shares did move higher in trading today. Shares higher by more than 21%. This after GitLab reported second quarter results that beat expectations and raised its full year forecast, Emily.
All right, well, I'm looking at the decliners. First off, United States Steel Corp ticker X fell 17% in the regular session as its peers also declined. It was the biggest full-day retreat since April 2017 after President Joe Biden is preparing to block the Nippon Steel Corp's $14.1 billion takeover of United States Steel, according to people familiar with the matter. And Romaine, I don't know those people and I won't reveal them. Trading volume in the stock was almost 17 times the 20-day average. I'm also looking at Celsius Holdings. This is a maker of very popular energy drinks. Yeah, this stock
literally like everyone on our team drinks this. Like they're all like wired up.
I've never had it. Also, if you go into
I might exaggerate a little bit, but you know,
they
it's
have
close
like
to everybody.
25 different flavors. But the stock dropped as much as 11%, the most intraday since July, after management said that its distribution partner PepsiCo is reducing its orders by as much as $120 million in the third quarter versus the prior year. So that stock lower. And then finally, Dollar Tree, those shares sliding as much as 25%, reaching the lowest intraday level since March 2020. After the discount retailer lowered the full year projections for sales and profit. And we also saw a downgrade over at JP Morgan on Dollar Tree shares.
Yeah,
you don't drink that stuff, do you?
No.
Celsius and all that. I don't know
Are you
what's
serious?
in that stuff.
Sugar and grossness. I don't know.
Oh, wow. I'm told it's rocket fuel.
No, actually, I'm told it's quite good, and I'm sure it's really great. I just can't have that much sugar. That's not pure chocolate.
The back of the
can have this debate now. At the end of the day, we're back to the chocolate debate.
I was just starting to like you, Alex.
Yeah.
You're back to chocolate
Tough
now.
stuff, yeah. He likes the gummies. I like the chocolate. It's a whole thing.
They tell you not to drink more than 2 if you read the back of the
Not
can.
more than 2. I mean, you
2
can
per
say that
day.
about coffee also. All right, let's get to the real action, guys. Whatever Dollar Tree. Taking a look at the bond market. A nice bid all across the curve. That 210 spread coming in. It flipped into disinversion territory, and now we're still short by about 1 basis point. But the buying was already there even before you got that JOLTS number. I guess the question still becomes, day 2, do you buy into the bond rally?
Yeah, absolutely. Here, you know what, guys? Apparently, earnings season actually never stops. HPE, this is Hewlett Packard Enterprises. Those earnings crossing the wire right now. Their fiscal third quarter numbers looking somewhat good. $7.71 billion in revenue in the most recent quarter. Street was looking for 7.6. APS coming in at 50 cents a share. The Street was looking for 47. Here's your guidance going forward. For the full year, the company sees adjusted EPS at $1.92 to $1.97. That's higher than its previous estimate of what it saw of about $1.85 to $1.95. The initial share price reaction is slightly to the upside.
All right, let's take a look at C3 AI as well. The ticker here is pretty simple, AI. Adjusted loss for the first quarter, fiscal first quarter, was 5 cents. Analysts were looking for a loss of 13 cents, so a narrower loss than anticipated. In terms of revenue, $87.2 million, bang in line with analyst estimates. The subscription revenue missing the consensus estimate. So you are looking at a big decline in the stock right now, 13.5% loss. So that hand-wringing over all the AI names continues.
Okay, I'm watching what's going on over at Credo Tech. First quarter revenue meet estimates. First quarter adjusted earnings per share coming in at 4 cents. Estimates were for 4.1 cents. First quarter revenue coming in at 59.7 million, just beating estimates of 59.6 million. Shares, though, down about 0.5 percentage point in the after hours.
All right, I'm taking a look at Sprinklr. So Sprinklr is a social media management software company. Now, in their last quarter, they already cut their full-year forecast for revenue and subscription revenue, and now it doesn't look so great. Second quarter revenue coming in at 197.2 million. That is better than estimated, but their net income looks really weird. It comes in at 1.84. The estimate was for 5.18. Something about that can't be quite right, but the stock is still getting hit down by about 10%.
Okay, I want to go to somewhere where I think none of us have ever been, and that's the International Space Station.
Oh.
Because even though there are earnings going on down here on Earth, there are a couple of astronauts from NASA up there on the International Space Station who were expected only to be up there for about 8 days. Instead, they're going to be on the ISS for about 8 months. Think about the type of planning changes difference you would have to make if you were packing for an 8-day trip versus an 8-month trip? What are the things you'd miss?
When I first read this story, I kind of panicked thinking, oh my gosh, the astronauts are not going to have enough food. They're not going to have enough toothpaste. They only packed for a week-long trip. But actually, NASA and the International Space Station do control for that. And they make sure that the ISS is well-stocked with food, supplies, and equipment. And also voting equipment. You can actually vote from space if you're an astronaut.
Really?
Vote for space. You know, this is my time. You know, I actually interviewed Sonny Williams, one of the astronauts on the space station, who's up there for July 4th. So I didn't realize she was still up there. For some reason, I thought she was like coming down, like, you know, on July 6th or something. But
yeah, I wonder, was she expected to be coming? But by then, I don't know if they knew that they were going to be up there for 8 months. But yeah.
I mean, you know,
they
she's an
sound like they're
astronaut.
still in
I
good
feel like
spirits.
they, you know, this is what they live for, right?
Exactly.
They wanted to go to space, they're in space.
Yeah, this is what they signed up for.
But how do you secure the ballot in space for voting?
The Texas legislature passed something about this, and it's all done electronically.
Are you an election truther, Alex?
No,
now?
I don't know. These are legit questions. Wait, can I just say, this is the best part of this detail. They have to list their current address on the application, and the address they give is International Space Station, low Earth orbit. Is that amazing?
Oh my God, I love that.
Is there like an apartment number
How many
they got to put on there? or
How
something?
many electoral votes? How many electoral votes does the ISS have?
I don't want to know. You guys.
Hero.
Alex says count every space vote. That's what she says. Guys, good to see you. That is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week, and it may be the end of earnings season, but we are still getting earnings. One of those companies being Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, HPE. Shares are down 4% right now. This after the company came out and said that it adjusted earnings per share was actually higher, or fiscal year will be higher than it initially saw. 192 to 197, saw 185 to 195. The company did boost the adjusted EPS forecast. The company sees free cash flow at 1.9 billion, saw at least 1.9 billion. Estimate was for 2.21 billion. Still sees revenue adjusted for currency 1% to 3%. Let's get into it. We've got Woo Jin Ho with us, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst. He's had exactly 2 minutes to digest these earnings. Woo Jin, good to see you this afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Tim.
What does stick out to you from HPE's results?
I will tell you, gross margin. That's a sore thumb right now. Gross margin came in around 31.8%. Consensus was looking for about 33.4%. Looks like the AI server gross margin drag might be a little bit bigger than they anticipated. Now, in terms of the EPS beat, it was more based on lower OPEX. So they're doing something right on the cost management side to drive the EPS beat.
How did they do that? Yeah, cost management, you say. But how do they do that?
You spend less than you planned on, right?
Okay.
So
easier said than done, I think, for a lot of companies,
that's
though.
essentially, well, I mean, especially for a company of this size, you could possibly look for ways to shave roughly about 20 million here or there to get to your operating margin targets, right? They have been on operational streamlining for quite some time now, so that may have helped. Now, the other thing that I will say, Tim, right, you know, even though you had a 2-cent beat on EPS for the second quarter, it doesn't seem as if it's translating well into the fourth quarter because you're only getting an incremental penny in the fourth quarter implied in the raised full year guidance.
We had net revenue for the third quarter up 10% year over year and beating estimates slightly, coming in at $7.71 billion. What's really driving those gains?
Yeah, so look, AI servers have been a home run for these guys. If you look at the AI server business, it seems as if it's up about 250%. They haven't really broken out the numbers yet, but we do have a server number of 34% year-on-year growth. And, you know, if we guesstimate, we'll probably get numbers on the call, but if we guesstimate where the AI servers are, it's about $1.2 billion. That compares to about $330 million from a year ago. So that's what's really driving that growth.
Has the company and has Antonio Neri done a good job harnessing AI?
Well, they have a different AI story, right? There are multiple AI stories by the different server vendors. Supermicro is going after the tier 2 cloud customers. Dell has a broader AI approach of tier 2 cloud plus enterprise. And quite frankly, HPE has been a little bit later to the game in terms of fine-tuning the AI story. And they finally have one. They have a very easy rollout AI story for the enterprise, but that's going to be longer to materialize.
One of the red headlines coming across the terminal about HPE is that they see they boosted their full year adjusted EPS view on strong AI infrastructure demand. So where is that demand coming from? What kind of enterprise customers are going to HPE versus, going to a competitor? Like, why would you choose this company?
Yeah, so Emily, keep in mind they already had an HP high-performance compute business for quite some time now, and they sold systems with GPUs. It is going to be traditional enterprises. Think about someone like a bank or a Fortune 2000 who would go with them and put them in their internal data centers. And we're starting coming to the early innings where the enterprises are starting to think that they really need to have an AI strategy. There are a couple of places to go where you'll have not only the equipment, the hardware, but also the service to back it up. It's going to be Dell and HPE. And HPE has a solid server and services business to help support them.
And are they doing all of the hardware themselves? Like who are they relying on?
Well, look, you need GPUs, right? So, all roads lead back to NVIDIA in terms
That's
of
where I was going.
Getting the GPUs, the GPUs to help power these AI models, right? And, but, you're not only relying on the GPUs itself, you are going to need the services along with it. Also, the financing. These systems are not cheap. We're talking about anywhere between $1 million and or $3 million per rack. So they may be going to HPE for the financing piece as well.
The stock is down about 3% in the after hours, and I know that we have just been talking to you this whole time since the results come out, so you haven't been able to dive into the details, but would love to get your take on, on that downside move.
Yeah, we really can't, we don't make calls on stock, but I do think that there might be a little bit of disappointment, not only on the gross margin piece, but also you're not really seeing an earnings expansion follow through off of the third quarter results into the fourth quarter results based on, the full year guide.
When you look at the full year guide, does it tell us any story about how companies are spending money, how they're deploying technology right now? Does it give us any signals about the economy? We're looking for those signs anywhere, Woo-Jin.
Yeah, I actually ran through the general numbers fairly quickly, right? And we are starting to see some improvement in enterprise IT spending implied in the server results. If you back out HPC, we are starting to see decent growth on the traditional server business. The cloud business is still down on a year-on-year basis, but it looks like it is poised for growth next quarter. And then the networking business was a little bit better than we had thought. So there are signs of recovery here as well. So recovering on the traditional side, AI servers really propping up the growth. But fourth quarter and into fiscal 2025, we should start seeing stronger growth signals for HPE.
Hey, Woo-Jin, we only have about 30 seconds left, but we have a write-through coming from our team over at Bloomberg News. Brody Ford looks like he got some time with Antonio Neri, the CEO of HPE, who said that over time, the company will sell more higher margin products and services along with the AI servers. What do you make of that comment?
Well, first of all, Brody's a rock star for getting Antonio Neri.
Yeah.
But in terms of a higher margin product, I'm hearing the same thing from Dell. Remember, these are the early days. They're having a tough time getting GPUs, and they are going to start packaging it with higher margin services over time. And they're doing better than someone like a Supermicro right now because of their customer base.
All right. Thank you so much, Woo Jin Ho. Really appreciate it. Woo Jin Ho is Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst, looking at shares of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise after reporting results. They are down in after-hours trading about 3%. The company sees fiscal year adjusted EPS $1.92 to $1.97, saw 185 to 195, but that gross margin, as Woo Jin mentioned, coming under some pressure. You're listening to and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Coming up next, we're talking about challenges with retirement in this day and age. This is Business Week.
It's 421 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we begin with a developing story. Fortive Corp, that is a $25 billion conglomerate, plans to spin off its industrial test and measurement business to concentrate on software and healthcare. This, according to sources. After hours, we got Fortive shares up now by 3%. Moments ago, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise reported weaker than expected profitability, suggesting lower margins than anticipated in its closely watched business of selling servers for artificial intelligence work. After hours, we got shares of HPE, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, down by roughly 4.8%. Woo Jin Ho is a senior tech analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence. He was interviewed moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
I do think that there might be a little bit of disappointment, not only on the gross margin piece, but also you're not really seeing an earnings expansion follow through off of the third quarter results into the fourth quarter results based on, the full year guide.
Woo Jin Ho of Bloomberg Intelligence. Again, after hours, we got shares of HPE down by just about 2.9%. Turned out to be a mixed day for the U.S. stock market. S&P 500 index fell 8 points, dropped there of just about 0.2%. The Dow up 38, a gain of 0.1%. NASDAQ down 52, a drop there of 0.3%. 10-year yield 3.75%. Year 2-year 3.76%. Gold just about flat on the day, up less than 0.1%, $24.94 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude below $69 a barrel now, $68.84, a drop today of just about 2.1%. Updating you on developments out of Georgia, a shooter at a Georgia high school killed 4 people, sending students scrambling for shelter in their classrooms and eventually to the football stadium as officers swarmed the campus and parents raced to find out if their children were safe. At least 9 people were injured. A suspect is in custody. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I want to give a warm welcome to all of our new listeners tuning in on 92.9 FM in Boston. It is your news source for business news from the financial center of New England. Bloomberg Radio now on 92.9 FM in Boston. Welcome, everybody in New England. Well, Emily, typically investing for retirement goes like this. When you're young and you have many years to work, you primarily own volatile assets, like stocks. Only a small portion of your portfolio is bonds. Then as you get older, your portfolio grows, that allocation changes, and when you get close to retirement, a lot more of your portfolio is bonds than it's stocks. That's the conventional wisdom, but our next guest says that's not enough for today. Sal Capizzi is Executive Vice President at Dunham & Associates Investment Counsel. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We talk a lot about the idea of conventional wisdom for retirement being broken, but what specifically do you see not working today and why?
Well, it's what we call the retirement investment paradox, right? And it's exactly what you just described. So when I came into this business, our asset allocation was basically what they called an age-based allocation. Here's how it worked. If I was 20 years old, I had a client 20 years old, that means I put them 20% in bonds, 80% in stocks.
That sounds too simple.
As they got older, right. Yeah, so they're 30 years old, now they have 30% in bonds. By the time they hit age 65, they would be 65% in bonds, 35% in stocks, and that worked for us because there was one risk that we were trying to mitigate, and that was sequence risk. What we didn't want was for them to hit retirement in a bad market and suddenly find that their entire retirement portfolio basically was blown apart. So that's all we were concerned about, because at age 65 back then, we knew they had maybe 10 to 20 years left in retirement. Today,
meaning
it's
10 to 20 years before they died.
Correct, before they passed away.
Yeah.
So what we're seeing today is a little bit different, because what we're seeing today is there are 3 major risks. There's inflation, there's the fact that we're living longer, and there's sequence risk. And a financial advisor now has to balance those type of those risks. Back in the late 90s, there was a major Boston asset management company by the great big dig, for your new listeners out in Boston. And they had a big billboard. As you were sitting through traffic, you're watching this billboard. And what it said was that the first person to live to be 150 years old is alive today. It is not uncommon right now where we know that there are people that are over 100 years old. I know 3 different people that are now over 100 years old.
My grandma turns 102 next month, and I just visited her over the weekend.
And she's doing fine, right?
I mean, she's 102. Yeah. She still definitely has some of her snappiness.
Does she own crypto and leverage NVIDIA?
No. None of that going on.
So where do you focus now? Is this a change because of this paradox? Is this a change that like young people are adding more risk assets, or you're focusing more on that 65 and up age group and changing that portfolio allocation?
It's the 65 on up, because that's where we have the paradox. Because if we're living longer, right, how do you, what you need in your portfolio is growth, right? Stocks tend to give us growth. If you're trying to battle inflation, right, and even if the Fed hits its 2% target, the compounding effect of 2% inflation for someone who's 102 years old, right? What it basically means is that if I retired, right, I'm 65 and I go to the supermarket and there are 25 items that I purchase, right? And I purchase those same items. So it's bread, it's milk, it's vegetables, it's fruit. I purchase the same items every single week. At a 2% inflation, by the time 40 years later, right, I have to take 13 of those items out of my basket and leave them at the supermarket, leaving with just 11 or spending a lot more, right? And so the paradox is, what is the asset class that is best to handle inflation? Well, it's equities, right? It's done a great job over the years of combating inflation. But what is the one thing, if you take a look at sequence risk, right? And this is the paradox. What causes sequence risk?
It's if you live too long.
Equities.
And if you are in a portfolio where there's a lot of volatility, your portfolio can go down for a number of years and you don't have that money.
Correct. So if you're trying to combat sequence risk, what do? Then you look at less volatile. You do bonds, you do annuities, you might do bucket strategies, right? But if it's too conservative, now you don't have the growth to combat the inflation and living longer. That's the paradox that we're facing.
So what's the answer here? And also, just, are we doing it wrong with these target date funds? Because a lot of times, we don't have many options when it comes to investing in retirement, for retirement, when you have a 401k with a company, for example. Throw it into target date fund. These things are made catered for a certain age, right?
And the question we have to ask ourselves, and we ask ourselves this question at Dunham, are those the right investments going forward? So if we are going to be living longer, right, then is that the right strategy? Do we really want to be in bonds at the end, or do we as an industry have a responsibility to find new type of investments, new type of overlays that we might be able to have that can combat sequence risk and perhaps give growth?
What are some of the options that are out there?
So at Dunham, we have an option. So this is something that we've been working on, right? This is something that we've been working on for a number of years now in terms of retirees and this concept that we need to be thinking differently. So we have a strategy where basically we're buying fear and selling greed, right? So it's inspired by Warren Buffett, right? The famous quote, be fearful when others are greedy, be greedy when others are fearful, right? So what we're basically doing is we're taking a look at the price of equities, right? As prices go higher and as investors are willing to pay more, we, based on an algorithm, it's math, right? It's math and time, right? As they're willing to pay more, we are selling them the equities. When the market starts to turn, and I should stop hitting that microphone, I guess. So when the markets turn, right, then people start panicking and they're selling equities at lower prices, then we're buying. But here's the key. What that means is this. That means at the top of the market, you own less equities. At the bottom of the market, you have more equities. So what you're attempting to do, what you potentially could accomplish, is mitigating that sequence risk, but at the same time, you now have the growth.
But timing the market, we're told, is a fool's errand. How do you do it?
So we're not timing the market. We're simply looking at the price of the market. We're not trying to pick the top. We're not trying to pick the bottom.
But you're preparing a portfolio to react to situations that include the top and the bottom.
Yes, so a little bit different, right? So number one, it's an overlay. So we have our asset allocation program. Dunham's been doing this for almost 40 years, right? So this is simply an overlay that we place over our regular portfolios that we manage specifically for retirees, just to help them within this sequence risk and this growth that they need. So we're not trying to predict anything. It's simply math, right? So hypothetically, right, this is not how it works, but you could say every time the market moves 5% higher, we're going to sell, right, because we can get a better price. Every time the market dips, right, and it dips by 5%, we'll purchase equities, right? It's a little more complicated than that, the overall algorithm, but it's not much more complicated. We're not using AI. We're not taking 42 different factors into account. It's simply math.
We only have about a minute left, but in your opinion, what's the best place to get income from? Because that's been such a hot theme in the last few years, and I know that retirees like to have an income stream.
So equities provide in certain markets a tremendous amount of income through their dividends, but clearly right now bonds are a place to receive income, right? The problem is that is going to start vanishing in a couple of weeks. As the Fed starts lowering rates, we're going to be back to that market again. And that's why at Dunham, what we do is we take a look at retirement and we try to create for our financial advisors that we work with, we try to create a process for them to be able to accomplish the income that the client needs, but also to be able to work hand in hand to get that growth. And we do that through this algorithm.
Very interesting stuff. Sal, thanks for joining us.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Sal Capizzi, Executive Vice President at Dunham & Associates Investment Counsel, joining us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Well, speaking of stocks and bonds, we did see the S&P 500 lose a little over 0.1% today. The NASDAQ Composite down 0.3%. The Dow, though, did finish in the green. We're talking fertility on the other side.
4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. I'm Charlie Pellet, and we begin with a number of developing after-hours stories. Topgolf Callaway Brands intends to pursue a separation of its business into two independent companies, Callaway and Topgolf. Also, Fortive Corp, that is the $25 billion conglomerate, plans to spin off its industrial test and measurement business to concentrate on software and healthcare, that according to people familiar with the matter. Turned out to be a mixed day for the U.S. stock market today. The Dow higher by 38 points, up by about 0.1%. S&P lower by 8, a drop of 0.2%, while NASDAQ was down 0.3%. 10-year 3.75%, the 2-year 3.76%. Gold up 0.1%, 24.95 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude dropped another 2% today. Now it's 68.88 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin down 0.4%, 58,008 on Bitcoin. After the close of trading, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise reported weaker than expected profitability, suggesting lower margins than anticipated in its closely watched business of selling services for artificial intelligence work. So again, recapping, stocks traded mixed, S&P down 8, a drop today of 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, when we talk about fertility, IVF, IUI, it's a really hot button issue in politics right now. But and people have different views on how they look at it, and a lot of people in different parts of the country have different views on it. But you can't argue with the way things are going and the stats out there. According to the American Society for Reproductive Medicine, the number of babies born from IVF increased in 2022 to 91,771. That's up from 89,208 in 2021. In other words, according to the ASRM, 2.5% of all births in the U.S. that year were the result of successful assisted reproductive technology cycles. Somebody who watched this closely is Shelley McConnell, Chief Strategy Officer at Win Fertility. It's a company that works on family building. They work on IVF, IUI, and they provide support around those things. And full disclosure, I believe it is a company that Bloomberg uses in its benefits. Shelley joins us from Greenwich, Connecticut. Shelley, good to have you with us. How are you?
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Well, thanks for joining us. It's interesting to see these numbers because I'll be honest with you, 91,000 births from IVF or IUI, that seems low. I think if you live in a city and you're of a certain age, a lot of people you know have gone through IVF or IUI or other assisted fertility. I'm wondering from your perspective, why you think it's grown so much in such a short time? Is it because we're all having kids when we're older now?
That's one of the factors, but it's not all of the factors. In fact, when it comes to infertility and pregnancy loss, historically, women have held the stigma and the burden, the financial burden, the mental burden, the physical burden of treatments and testing and monitoring. But what we know now is that male reproductive health contributes to infertility as much as female reproductive health. So for men and women, fertility does decrease as we age. But that is not the only factor. There are a lot of environmental factors and undetermined factors as well.
What is WIN doing when it comes to these male fertility treatments? Because I agree with you. You don't really hear that much about the treatments that men can undergo for infertility.
Right. Yes. It's very important for men early and comprehensively to be tested. Anything that can interrupt their hormone levels can impact their fertility. So in some cases, there are actual procedures to help. In other cases, there are medical interventions. And in some cases, there are drug protocols that can help.
It's so interesting when you hear about the idea of reproductive techniques you hear a lot about egg freezing. What I have not heard about is sperm freezing. And I know, thanks to our producer, Paul Brennan, who sent us some notes ahead of time, that about a third of your clients are offering elective sperm freezing services?
That's right.
Talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Yeah, we're actually seeing this increase in popularity from a few perspectives. One is some acknowledgement that male reproductive health and fertility does decrease over time. And so having sperm preserved is something that's becoming a little more popular, although not nearly as it's not experiencing nearly the boom that egg freezing has been experiencing. The second is that often when someone is about to undergo a medical treatment that would negatively and significantly compromise their fertility, they choose to preserve sperm for future use. An example would be certain cancer treatments where they will likely be rendered infertile as a result. They may preserve it for future use. And then the third would be anyone who would be going through gender reassignment should be offered the opportunity to preserve egg or sperm prior to undergoing hormone treatment.
So the sperm freezing, is that cheaper than egg freezing?
Yes, it is much cheaper than egg freezing. Egg freezing might be $10,000 to $15,000. That can depend on where you are geographically and how successful the cycles are. For men, all in, it is maybe $700 to $1,000.
What do we know so far about the success rate in that kind of procedure? Because with egg freezing, it doesn't always work.
No, that's true. And for men, collection of sperm is much more straightforward and much easier. And so that tends to be more successful. What we would have concerns about it's not just the quantity, but the quality of the sperm. And so we know that in male infertility, both the quantity and quality of the sperm are impacting fertility. And so making sure that the quality of the sperm is very good and has minimal DNA fragmentation and other things that can negatively impact fertility and pregnancy loss.
I'm wondering about, Shelley, the idea of low testosterone and how, from your position at Win Fertility, you're looking at this phenomenon that we're seeing.
Yes, significant. Male testosterone levels typically drop off annually from age 30 and above, and can do so quite significantly from the age 50 and up. About 25% of men report adverse symptoms associated with the decrease in testosterone and what is called andropause. Very many report that it impacts their work and their ability to perform their work functions. So it actually is something that has not been well publicized or discussed to the extent that it should be, but has a significant impact on male health.
Shelley, sit tight because we're going to do some news and then we're going to come back with you. This Shelley McConnell, Chief Strategy Officer at Win Fertility, joining us from Greenwich, Connecticut. Let's get the latest on the deadly shooting in Georgia. For that, we go live to the Bloomberg Breaking News Desk with Amy Morris in Washington. Amy.
All right, thank you, Tim. We just heard from law enforcement in Georgia. They just wrapped up that update. 14-year-old suspect is in custody after opening fire at Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. This is near Athens. Police say 4 people are dead, at least 9 are injured, and that the suspect is to be charged with murder and tried as an adult. And the school superintendent says schools in that district are going to be closed for the rest of the week. Grief counselors will also be made available. From the Bloomberg Breaking News Desk, I'm Amy Morris. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Tim Stinovec and Emily Grafeo.
Thank you so much for that update, Amy. We do appreciate it. Emily Grafeo in for Carol Master this afternoon and all week as we do get ready to wrap up Bloomberg Business Week. But don't go anywhere because in just a few minutes, we are going to be back with Shelley McConnell. She's Chief Strategy Officer over at Win Fertility. We're going to continue our conversation about fertility benefits and what companies are doing to attract and retain talent. You're listening to and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get back to our conversation with Shelley McConnell, Chief Strategy Officer at Win Fertility, joining us from Connecticut. Shelley, Emily and I were talking, and you mentioned something in our previous conversation that really piqued our interest.
Yeah, so you had said that there were certain environmental factors that impact male infertility. Go into some detail on that. Name a couple of those factors and what people should be watching out for.
Well, there are certainly kind of the age-old things that we know about, particularly around temperature and keeping cool. So some of these things like boxer shorts are preferred over briefs. But men who exercise excessively, which some do, can sometimes elevate temperature and have a negative impact on sperm. But there are also environmental factors like microplastics that are believed to have an impact. Anything that could disrupt hormones will impact sperm production, again, quality and quantity. So things like the rise in insulin resistance in our population, as you can see in prediabetes and diabetes going up so much, particularly in our younger generations, that can have an impact on fertility. Any endocrine disrupting chemicals in the environment can also do so. Microplastics are everywhere.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. It's so interesting to hear you talk about this, because this is not something. This is a relatively new phenomenon. I mean, we used to, like microplastics. There used to be soaps, I think, that had microplastics in them, just so they'd have like abrasive qualities, and those that would obviously get into the sewer systems. Like pretty terrible stuff in hindsight, in retrospect.
Yes.
What should people be doing to mitigate some of these risks? Because this stuff is everywhere.
This stuff is everywhere. And I was reading recently about a study where they were trying to assess the impact of microplastics on male reproductive organs. And they couldn't establish a control group. They could not establish a group that did not have the presence of microplastics. So I think there is some about being careful of your environment, but there are things that we all can control more around healthy diets, healthy living, stress, maintaining, reducing sugar to not impact your insulin levels, and so forth. Those are things that you can control, and we would suggest, as I mentioned, that if you're going through this process, for all men to be tested early and comprehensively, so that they could potentially be treated. Another factor is that people don't always have access to urologists. 60% of counties in the U.S. have no urologists, and more than 90% of urologists are practicing in metropolitan areas.
Did you say what percent of counties?
60.
60 counties in the U.S. don't have urologists?
Percent of counties.
60%? Oh my God.
Yes. So
that's wild.
Sometimes virtual care is very important. They're very concentrated in the metropolitan areas. Tim, that maybe goes a little bit to what you were mentioning at the beginning. But having access to virtual care can be very important for people to be able to access urology and urologists.
Are fertility benefits seen as baseline these days?
Yes, very much so. It's an expectation of employees, and for the most part, employers have agreed, although the figures can vary, but somewhere between 40 and above 50% of employers offer fertility benefits in some capacity, and I expect that will be much higher in the very near future. It is it's a business imperative. It's an expectation from an employee recruiting and retention standpoint.
Hey, I mentioned politics at the top of our interview. There was there was a February 16th decision that meant anyone who destroyed embryos could be liable for wrongful death. And this is in Alabama. They passed a law to protect IVF treatments after this embryo ruling. How do you watch what's happening politically now in your industry?
Well, we watch it very closely. it's impossible to predict what is going to happen. In a lot of places, we are short on details as to what is being proposed and what may occur. Nonetheless, the elevated visibility of this topic across both parties and both campaigns points to the fact that this is so important for people to have access to these treatments. We continue to watch, and we would suggest that businesses offer comprehensive benefits that include independent clinical guidance for people. This is a very complex clinical experience, but it also is a complex legislative environment. And understanding and having someone who can help guide you through this process is what is helping so many people through and to the other end of success.
Shelley, thanks so much for joining us on Bloomberg Business Week. Shelley McConnell is